let me get the right page. We are live. How is everybody this morning? Henry, thank you for the 100 bits. Scurvy, how you doing this morning? Bodine, how you doing? Uppies, how is it? Picking up where I left off yesterday. I forgot to save the course for this field. Woof, fart. Alright, next waypoint. Oh, where are the waypoint dots? Where's the waypoint dots? Doing pretty good, Bodine. Doing pretty good. Back isn't bothering me too bad today, so that's a plus. Alright. Is that gonna put me in the right spot? That'll put me in the right spot. Next closest waypoint. Drive course. No, no, no. Stop it. Nearest waypoint. Drive course. Are you gonna work? Where are you going? Alright. Oh, you're not even gonna be right, are you? Fine, I will put you on this course. Would you really stop it?
Have you ever had a dream that you could
How's it going there, cowboy? Oil seed. No, I'm just trying to straighten my worker out because he's not being very productive. He's making a mess. Which I'm not surprised about. At all. Not surprised at all. Asking about the oilseed radishes as fertilizer. Yeah. It does work if you want to like role play that you're doing a organic farm or something like that. It will work perfectly for that. But I haven't really done much with the oilseed radish. I think it's kind of pointless to plant an entire crop, wait for it to grow, and then get rid of it. That's good to hear, cowboy. Oh, I need to clean out my concrete. Where do I want to dump that concrete? I'll probably stick it right into my construction. That's probably what I'll do. Stick it right into my construction warehouse for the time being until I can figure out the next thing I'm going to build. Because I know I need steel and rebar, and I don't have enough steel and rebar yet for any bridges. What is this bridge waiting on? Steel, I think. Hopefully the ground warms up just a tad and I can start planting. Yep, that needs steel. Is Ken's a buildable factory? It is. I might as well start building it. Might as well start building it, because I've got all kinds of stuff to put into it. Oh, it's a weirdie. Alright, so I'm gonna bring 5 things of pipe and 1 of nails to get started. This song's kind of weird. So if you guys haven't noticed, I've got pretzel rocks going in the background. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay and what you guys think. Wanted to do something just to kind of help you know, liven things up a bit. I know yesterday I was talking a little bit. I finally ordered my monitors and my chair, but now it's not going to fit where I'd originally intended on placing the computer, so I'm going to go from a stairway troll to a closet troll. I'm going to stick my computer over my bedroom closet. Jump out and scare the kids. Ugh. Crashed again. I tend to do that a lot. So I said, oh, wrong button. I said 1 nails. Was it 5 pipe I said? I think. I'll bring it anyway and see what happens. Cargo containers. Cargo containers. I ended up getting, they were, what were they, Asus monitors? Let me look it up. I've looked at so much stuff on Amazon Prime in the last 2 days, I can't remember if I was looking at monitors or dish soap. Let's see, they were Asus VL 27-inch eye care monitors. They were... No, wrong thing. Those ones. Those ones.
Hello there.
Those ones. Those are the ones I decided to get. Had 2 of those coming. A couple of wall mounts. Get them up off of the desk. And then I just have to build myself a custom desk once I know how high I want to make it. Pipe. Thankfully, I'm handy with a saw, a nailer, and a screw gun. Thankfully, I'm quite handy with construction stuff. Oh, it'd be nice to see the trees turn green again. Now that spring is here and in the air. Oh, that reminds me, I also need to finish cleaning out my other pallet factories and get those all into my greenhouses before I forget. But I need more wood chips for the composter, so... Yep, I'm gonna go with 2 of those monitors. They're full 1080p with 75 Hz refresh rate. Seem like a decent choice without spending a ton of money on them. That was one thing I didn't want to do right now, was spend a ton of money on my monitors. Bye-bye, trees. Make short work of trees. I love this thing. Why could it be like that? One tree wants to be difficult. And I will say, I've been racking my brain trying to come up with something for emotes and badges, and unfortunately I'm not a very creative person when it comes to artsy stuff. If anybody has any suggestions, I'm open to them. Does it count the trees I'm cutting down? I think so. Yes, it does. It does indeed count the trees I've cut down. Yeah, I got rid of the Brux too. This thing works so much better. It seems to work so much better, especially with grinding the stumps. So I'm more than happy to replace the Brux with this one. If the Brux had a better cut, so you didn't have to like fight to get it to cut so much, I probably would have stuck with the Brux, but I don't know, I just like this one because it works so much better. You just drive into the tree and it goes. I'm gonna build mine. Put that right into post for a big L-shaped office desk someone was selling for $100. That always helps scurvy. In my case, I've got all kinds of 2x4s and finished plywood and everything I'd need to build a decent desk just sitting in my garage. Leftovers from other jobs and stuff like that. So, at the same time, I'd be cleaning up my garage some, which could certainly use it. This is the Maverick, yes. The Tree Maverick. Farmer Boys modding. Yeah, the best, the other reason why I definitely need to build a custom desk is my closet has a post that was sheetrocked around on one edge that's going to be in the way of the desk. It's going to be right where the closet door opens so you can get into the space too, so I'm going to have to put an angle on things, and it just makes it so much easier to just build a custom one. Yeah, the price of lumber is definitely high, but I know I've got a couple of half sheets of plywood in the garage that are 3/4 finished plywood. I just have to sand it a little bit, throw some stain on it, be good to go. Which I'm more than easy to, more than willing to do. And heck, I've got thousands of dollars worth of tools out in my trailer. I might as well put them to use. Countertop normally used for a kitchen? Yeah. I think I even have a few of those kicking around in my garage too. Laminate countertops that would be used in a kitchen. Leftovers from different jobs. Maybe while I'm at it, I'll finally get around to cleaning my son's room enough to build his desk that I was supposed to make him. Kind of like the Pretzel Rocks thing going on. Break up the background noise a little bit. Speaking of which, I should probably go in and turn off the in-game music. That's volume master, radio volume. Alright, that'll work. That'll work. How's it going, SenseFan? No, yeah, the Tree Maverick is not in the in-game mod hub, Cowboy. It's from Farmer Boys Modding. If you search it in Google, they've got their own website. It should come right up. I'm doing alright.
Good morning, everyone. I'm still alive, don't worry about me.
Surprise. Surprise. I should have mentioned that in the title. Surprise.
Yeah. I'm doing alright. Working through some things. I'll be back soon. Might even be we'll see about tonight. Things are up in the air.
How's it going, Nico? Henry? You need a
But we'll definitely be here for this weekend's delayed release.
That's a good one, Henry. I'm gonna keep that. I need a round to it tool. I'll get around to it when I get around to it. How do the silt ponds work? So the silt ponds work by purchasing the land, like this one here by Johnson. Once you purchase the land, you have to wait for it to rain. After it rains, and it can't be just one of these light little misting rains, it's handy with seasons because you can tell how much precipitation you're getting. See, like this Monday, where it's a 1, that's going to be a pretty heavy rain. Once it starts to rain, you'll see the silt form first, and then the water level will start to come up. The other thing you can do is, once you've purchased the land, you can take one of your water trailers, bring it over, and add water to the silt pond. And it will start to create silt and fill up with water. Yes, Nico, you can fill it with water in the silt pond using Either Dave's trailer or any water carrying trailer. How's it going, Rich Trains?
Look at that. It's a fun too.
It's a Thummins too. When did he sneak in?
He just did.
Oh, I have to turn my headset on.
That usually helps. How's it going,
Sometimes.
Thummins?
What's going on? Welcome back, Dave.
Thanks.
I should have added surprise to my title, but I wasn't sure how long Dave was going to stick around or if he was going to watch the whole thing or not.
I'm here. Let's put it that way. Waiting. So,
Well,
yeah.
like I said in my text message, we are here if you need us.
I've just been trying to work through some very stressful things with the family, and I may, because, yeah, we'll see what happens, but currently my solution to get better, it all has to do with relationship with my children who haven't talked to me in the last few years.
Well,
I may be
as to
moving at some point.
I was gonna say if you didn't want to mention it or not, but if
No,
it does
it's
come
quite
down to
alright.
it, I've got an enclosed trailer. I'll come down and I'll help you if you have to. I'm pretty sure I can
Yep.
fit your entire apartment in my trailer.
Yeah, sure you could, but we're working on seeing if, I mean, in order for me to repair my relationships with my children, there's no way that I can do it living 4 hours away by making just phone calls. I have to be able to, there's no substitute for being there in person. And I'm trying to figure out, with the help of hopefully some family members, a way to make that happen. As you know, my budget is very, very limited, but now that I am streaming and making enough money to support this place, I'm trying to make it happen a little bit closer to them.
Well, like I said, Dave, if you anything we could help you with,
Yeah.
we are here for you.
So that's pretty much the basics of it. It's been a battle, but trying to get through, that's really what eventually needs to happen. Because, like I said,
That's
it's,
where closer to
that's-
Albany.
yeah, closer to Albany, back to where they are and where the rest of the family is.
You'll be closer to me.
Being here 4 hours away from there, well, not 4 hours away. I don't even know. 140 miles or 150 miles away is not going to help the matters.
You're probably 2 to 3 hours anyway by the time you deal with city traffic.
Yeah, it is a few hours.
Of course, walking that's a whole lot longer.
But at the same point, finding a place out there to live, the budget that I have has been nearly impossible. See,
Sense fan, you do need quite a bit, and the silt will make over time. It's not going to instantly appear. It also depends on the size of the ponds. I know some of the bigger ponds will take 100,000, 200,000 liters of water, at least. It can take. I know the big one by Johnson's like 400,000 or 500,000 liters before it fills that pond up. Speaking of the ponds, and while we're talking about it, Dave, I don't know if you know this, but the one by Johnson Farm, you can only take out 100,000 liters at a time, even if your trailer's.
All of them are that way.
All right, I wasn't sure. It just seemed odd when I was trying to do it because I had a bigger trailer.
Because think of the ponds like anything else. There's an input and an output.
Yep.
The water plane itself is on the input side, so it looks full. So when you take 100,000 out, then it will transfer another 100,000 in a few minutes
Yeah. Yeah, that
It
makes
just
sense.
takes
I
a
just
few
wasn't.
minutes,
I wasn't
and then the
sure
water
if
level,
that's.
and that's what makes the water level drop. Or the same way if you take silt out. So it's the input side that holds all the water. When you take silt out or water out, it then has room to make more silt or water,
Yep.
and then the water level drops. So that's the way it's designed.
Well, and like I said, it seemed odd because 100,000 doesn't really move the water table all that much in the Johnson Pond. But it wouldn't let me take any more than that
It
until.
will. You
Well,
just got to
yeah,
wait a few minutes.
yeah, you gotta wait a few minutes. So
I'll be able to make day trips out to you, Dave.
one by
Will that be
Port
closer to
Washington.
you?
Yeah, you'll be 2 hours from me.
Ah, that. If we can make it happen.
So
It's a
like
big
really an hour and 50 minutes.
You need
Guess
to
who
learn to
does that?
drive faster, Fummins.
Who does that speed limit thing?
right.
Limit.
Well, you heard the story of when I went out by him. Well, I went out to the Finger Lakes, and then on the way there, I got pulled over doing, I think it was like 70 or something like that in a 55.
right.
Hello there.
Because who has a major highway set to 55 miles an hour? New York.
Yeah.
Right.
How's it going, Wayne? The one by Port Washington, that is a small one. But like I said, and like Dave just mentioned, it's no different than the way like the input and output works on like the construction storage. You add water in, it will fill up, and then it takes a few minutes for it to transfer over and start making silt. Exactly, Henry. Who does 55? And I don't even do 55 on the non-highways. Usually more like 60, 65. Maybe someday I'll meet you, Dave, if you move back to this area.
I'm working on it. It would be nice to do it. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but I told my family members that are trying to help that I'm on a month-to-month lease.
Dave
I need to
still
get
no
my-
silt.
I mean, month-to-month rent. I don't have a lease. I never had to sign a lease, so I could literally be gone
Yep.
at the end of this month if I wanted to. But I will give my landlord
Well,
notice.
yeah,
But
give him at least a few weeks' notice, just to be nice.
really, it's all about finding a place and being able to afford it and be able to.
Tell your landlord you want him to buy a place in Albany and give you the same
I'll tell you,
rent.
I told him I'm not. I don't have a lot of requirements. It just has to be able to have a high-speed internet connection and be
Yep.
cheap. That's I got to be able to do the modding and stuff there too, wherever it is.
So SenseFan has the one by Washington. He's had it for a day. Still no silt.
Has it rained?
Oh, I'm assuming he's trying to use water to input water to it, but who knows? I don't know why it keeps going straight to the soil maps map. This thing doesn't do anything with soil maps.
No house sitting gigs. Not with what I got to do here. It's got to be more permanent than that. Putting it from the lake. How much have you put in? That is big. It should kick in.
And are you running seasons? Put in 90k so far.
Yeah, you're probably you need 100,000 at a time in order for it to trigger over. I'm pretty sure. If there's not 100,000 in, it won't kick over because it requires 100,000 to produce. Pretty sure. It does 100,000 batches at a time.
Yeah, you can pull water from the boat ramp. Just ask Dave. Don't do it in the wintertime when it's slippery, though.
Right.
Oh, it apparently even the small one, yes, Sense Van. I'm assuming he's got it coded the same for all of them.
They are. They're all coded. Only difference is the capacity possibility on the input. The outputs are all the same. They all put 100,000 at a time. But the input can be millions depending on the size.
Yeah, I know the one by Johnson is pretty big. I'm assuming the one up by Black Bottom is even bigger. Lined it with big tobacco bills for safety.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My son would probably agree with you, Henry. I watched him try to take one of the feller bunchers off his barge. He backed up and rolled right off into the water. I couldn't help but laugh.
All right, Sense. We'll catch you later.
Have a good one, Sense Fan. Yeah, I lined it with big tobacco bills for safety. Oh, I need to stop buying land. I'm going broke. Buying more fields because I need places to plant stuff. That it's not going to go bad if I try to plant it in the same area. Yeah, that would be a bad day, Henry. All fun and games till you do it with a trailer full of harvest for a contract. Picking on my wife.
Hmm.
Alright. Just started year 2 harvest. All hands on deck. Well, you're ahead of me. Maybe if I stop slacking so much and actually played some more outside of streaming. Even then though, like I haven't even really been playing too many actual games lately. Even when I'm not streaming. Yesterday I got done streaming, watched X-Man for a bit, messed around a little bit, and then I went to bed early. Question on adding decorative buildings to this map. Do they affect the game? They should not affect the game in any way unless those decorative buildings have other errors with them. Decorative building's a decorative building. Put a truck and trailer in the water when you're trying to get gold from the basement of Fort Knox. Ooh, that's no fun, Bodine.
Reset.
I believe your once you save and re-enter the game, your chests of gold should be back at the store.
It's debatable.
Potentially.
They could be, should be.
not supposed to throw it to the other side of the trigger. I figured you're doing about 7 hours a day, still not enough time. Yeah. There are certain parts of the year that I definitely will work late into the night and not really rest as much. Harvest being one of them. Yeah. We told you there's some Easter eggs hiding there, Henry. I don't think Dave will be adding much more as far as buildings go. Certainly more placeable factories.
Placeables, yes. Buildings, not in the
Trying to
current
put 3 of
version.
them on the barge, so you only had to make one trip, but it was a Yep, that'll happen, Bodine. It's all fun and games till you fall in the water. No, Henry, there is literally gold hiding under Fort Knox on the map. I might even, in a little bit, make a trip up there myself. But what you need to do... Let me turn this on, because it'll make life a little bit easier. And turn that on. If you get a barge with some explosives... Buildable subdivisions. That would be kind of cool. But I don't think that's on Dave's
Yes,
priority list at the moment. If you bring a barge all the way around Fort Knox with some explosives, and you drop them right here.
Oh, you haven't done it yet, huh?
I have not done it yet. You'll open a wall right here.
It'll pay for itself.
Oh yeah, it will. Fort Knox will pay for itself. You know what? As a matter of fact, I have some explosives. I have some... some time. Let me deal with the... my pallet factories here real quick, and then we'll hop on a barge and go do a little tour. Go for a little tour. Still haven't gotten around to doing Fort Knox yet. I have not gotten around to doing that one either. Alright, there's the... all of those. Are there any tunnels that lead to Walmart? Yes and no. There is a tunnel that leads to Walmart. But in order to use it, you need to be on the Walmart side, and you need to own the copper and bauxite mines, and the tunnel is literally from this roadway here. It comes up through to the bauxite side of this, but you start the tunnel from over here. And then there's another tunnel here that will lead from the bauxite mine into this area. But again, both of those get blasted from the Walmart side. So if you don't have the bridges built yet, you can take a barge with explosives all the way around to this dock here, drive through Thunder Hollow, follow this roadway here. It will get you back over into the Walmart area. Then you can blow the tunnel that comes from here up through to the bauxite, and then this way. But be warned, that's a 10 million, almost 10.5 million, and this one is 18 million. Thank you for that follow, 1018. How are you doing this afternoon? This morning. Morning. I'm early. Oppies, thank you for cheering that 70 bits. I appreciate it, sir. Alright. A little bit of chat. Nico said, "Oh, your steering wheel's arriving today. That's awesome, Nico." Darius, from problem I had last night with Flint. Noticed course play was throwing errors, and now it's holding more than... Awesome, Jaren. There are some versions of course play that will happen with. So yeah, it's good that you figured that out. Awesome. Just call it an airstrike. That's a good way to look at it. That's where you're at. Lots of explosives. Yep, lots of explosives. Still have 3 million to go to buy Fort Knox so you can do the Easter egg. Yeah, Fort Knox is an expensive piece of property.
Potato, potato, potato.
Thank you, Oppies, for playing the potato.
Potato.
I appreciate that. Alright, time to finish filling, hopefully, some of these. Alright, that one's full. How about this one? Okay, you're full. I have so many of these stinking things to fill up. This one's not full yet. Gotcha. Hey! I strapped those down. I swear to God, I strapped those down. How did you not strap yourselves down? You watched me strap them, did you not? That's strapped. Why? You, why? Now you're strapped down. Stop sliding all over the place. Behave. Thanks, Walmart is the only Easter egg you haven't gotten yet. I do have the entire map bought. Nice. Yeah, I've got Walmart. I did blow it up, but I haven't gotten the gold out yet. Would you behave? Stupid trailer, getting stuck. Alright. Nope, wrong trailer. That trailer. Alright. Wowza. I will be a while getting all these filled up. It's one of the things I need to work on doing myself is... I've got a lot of things that I blew up and I've opened up and done things to, and I need to take the time to... I need to move that too, apparently. But I need to take the time to clean up my messes. I've got too much stuff lying around the map. It's probably not helping my frame rates. Probably not. Really? Did you not, apparently I wasn't close enough. Apparently I wasn't close enough. There we go. $36 more pallets. That reminds me, stop first. You're strapped down now. You're strapped down now. You should not slide everywhere. With auto drive, you thought you had pallets strapped down. Auto drive arrived, no pallets. They were at an intersection towards the start of the route. Yep. I've come to find that happen occasionally. You think they're strapped down, they look strapped down, but then you hit the brakes and they're not strapped down. I have had that happen on occasion. It's one of the big reasons why I have autosave turned off. I'll admit that. I've got autosave turned off so that I don't accidentally go in the menu have it autosave, and then everything ends up in the road somewhere. Is that one full? Did I finish filling that one? It is full. Nice. Do I have pineapples growing? I have pineapples growing. Little baby pineapple trees. Yay.
I don't have them yet.
Bad part, you
But that's
don't know where they
cool.
are, so you go in flight mode. And, yep. Yeah, I finally have all the greenhouses and orchards running. Even if they may not have all the pallets they need yet. They're at least running. Now I'm just trying to make sure they're all topped off with pallets. They all have at least some pallets. Alright, there's that. Alright, that thing finished that field apparently. Let me send this back to Johnson Farm real quick. Yeah, we'll send this one back to Johnson Farm. I will set my worker off to fertilize my last field over here. One little edge it didn't fertilize, of course. I'm gonna fertilize it myself then. I don't care if I waste a ton of fertilizer. You have autosave turned off as well until you lost 3 hours of gameplay. That is the only other downfall. I tend to forget to save when I'm in there. Yep. I'm used to most games having autosave turned on, so I don't bother to save. And this one doesn't have the autosave in the actual, like, base game. It's only when you enter the menu. Because of that, I tend to... I hate bumping into it every time I open the menu because I opened the wrong menu. So I shut it off. There we go. Looks like this one's gonna need a... Keeps jumping between oat and grass. So when it says target reached, that's the target you set in the soil map, right, Dave?
Target reach.
For the fertilizer
That is,
application?
yes. Yep. That's the level of, not in the soil map, but in the
Well, yeah.
precision farming. It's a value.
Yeah, well, when I say soil map, I mean the value you
Yeah,
have set.
it's the value for the crop
Yeah.
target. The target that's set for crop type. That crop.
So you won't have to ever fertilize again after that point, right? For
Not
that crop.
that I know of.
Well,
Unless
I mean,
unless it depletes, I don't know yet.
yeah,
During growth,
I have to look at it.
I have to keep an eye on it. I am in the middle of watching my fields right now, as I approach. Well, I'm in late spring.
Yep, I've added a few extra fields, even though I don't think I'm gonna necessarily need them. But I do have a lot of stuff over at Piper now. Won't need this tractor just yet, so it can go over here to get washed before it gets put away. Alright, large tractors. I need to figure out this whole make a pole thing. That's what I need to do. Ugh. T9 series. Hey, Wolfie, how you doing?
Hey, Wolfie.
I heard. Oh, yes, I added some background music. Trying out Pretzel Rocks, just to see how it goes. What I need to do though is Oh, go away, Microsoft Office problem. I don't want to listen to you right now. Hmm. Do you know how? Let's see, maybe. I know you know how to do it, Dave. The polls.
What's that?
Make a poll. That in Streamlabs.
No, you just slash poll your chat.
What do you want it to be? I could do it if you want.
I want to set up a poll for what I should put for equipment at Piper Farm between New Holland, Case. What was the other one I was looking at? It was New Holland, Case, Fendt, Challenger.
Where did the John Deere stuff go? Oh no.
Yeah, my
So Case.
Johnson's already my John Deere farm, so yeah.
What do you got down south at the South Farm?
Kloss.
That should have been your Case farm because you're gonna need all
Yeah,
those Case
cotton.
combines down there.
All right, so yeah, because of the cotton.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah,
well,
instead
cotton, tobacco, lavender, they all get planted in the south.
no, actually lavender does fairly well up by Johnson.
Yeah. Lavender can be moved a little bit.
But yeah, all right, so we'll go Kloss, New Holland, or Fendt. Yeah, we'll go one of those three. Well, that's the idea, Wayne. Just something to kind of... How's it going, Martin? Something to kind of chill and relax to while we play some Farm Sim. And for those lurkers, it gives them a little extra chill sound in the background. There's a lot of other radio channels for Pretzel as well that are all Twitch friendly. I think according to their website they have something like 370,000 songs that are Twitch friendly, so no DMCA to worry about or anything like that.
Poll is up.
Awesome. Appreciate that. Hey, how's it going, Shy Wizard? I need at least, what, it's 4 up there, right? I think we need.
Hello, Shy Wizard. How are you?
And surprise for the newcomers, Dave is alive, as we've said.
Yep. We're alive.
He's working himself back into it. Oh, medium pallets. What else can I set this to?
Patiently waiting for our president to speak.
Good luck with that.
He's coming out. He's supposed to be at 11. Do you see how many people are in D.C. right now?
I have not looked. I'm
Oh my
I'm sure it's
God.
crazy. I've been testing out mesh skinning in Blender, and so far so good. That's awesome, Shy.
Better
Looking
be
like
doing a video.
Looks like New Holland's gonna win that one, which means I gotta get rid of my Kloss equipment. Switch over to Case equipment down at, no big deal. It's just money.
Yeah, what's
Sell a couple of trailers of gravel and you're good to go. I think I'm gonna need 4 explosives up at the... It's 4, right, Dave? 1 for the opening and then 3 corners worth of... Or is it 5 total?
1 for opening, 3 corners. Correct.
Alright.
Don't park anything in there till after you blow up. You might miss a pallet.
Already been there, done that. If it helps, UK's in lockdown again for the 3rd time. Ugh. You got a video up, huh, Shy? Nice. I will have to check
Sweet.
that out.
I'll be watching it. I need to learn how to do that and the hoses.
Yes, for those who aren't familiar with Shy Wizard, he has an awesome YouTube channel for anything you ever might want with modding.
Oh wait, it's in Blender. I gotta learn.
He has definitely taught me a lot just by watching some of his videos, helped me a lot with some of my stuff.
He taught me how to make a fish's tail waggle. No, he's been helping me with a lot of stuff. Been great. I've got a big building. I'm sorry I'm a little bit behind on the mods right now. It's been a real stressful week.
Don't
But
even worry about it, Dave.
We've got some things.
Wolfie had updated the McCann, and Boom managed to get that out to people the other night.
Oh, did he? Good.
Yep. And
I gotta get it.
yeah, other than that, people have been way more than understanding. Link. I can do that, Manual Paul. 1 second. Just,
Want me to link to his YouTube?
yeah, if you've got a link handy.
Is that alright if we do that, Shy?
That's his YouTube. I'm assuming he's more than comfortable with his YouTube being linked. There you go. That's the link for it. Appreciate that, Fummins.
It's a pretty nice cover picture you got up on there, that racing tractor trailer.
Thanks, Jaren.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to send another trailer down to, yeah, so it looks like the results of that, poll, or we're gonna go New Holland over there. New Holland there. Case down south. I'm gonna have to go on a buying spree here shortly and get some equipment. You were in there. You were actually there at Thruxton Truck Racing in 2013. That's awesome. Those guys are crazy. Racing in a car is one thing, but a truck is usually a lot bigger and way easier to tip over. And those guys throw them things around. I swear they go faster than cars at times. Like Pikes Peak hill climb, I'd love someday to be able to. Yeah, I would love someday to be able to get to Pikes Peak and watch them do a hill climb. Because those guys are crazy. Alright, I think if I Because I've only got one truck, and I'm going to bring a double up like this. I think if I detach here... I will bring one trailer on like this. Oh, I'm sure I've got a spare truck around here somewhere. Oh look, I've got you to send back up to the gravel pit now. And I could have sworn I had a easy to access truck that was not being used for much. That one. Truck racing on PV County. Well, he is still working on some things with the racetrack. It will come eventually.
Right.
There you go, Shy. Get some extra subs for your YouTube channel, and like I said, he's got way more videos than I've been able to watch on there. From a modding perspective, a lot of good info. I gotta learn Blender a little bit more. I don't need to know as much as Senor Boomhauer, but there's a few other things I'd like to learn in Blender. Yeehaw, truck's going crazy. When I get rid of this real quick, just to make life easy on myself. You can be here when we get back. Not a problem, Shy. I give credit where credit is due, and you, sir, have earned it. Is what, 13 times 4 is 52? Even with the third trailer's not all gonna fit. I'll just hand throw a couple pallets on the back. That's what I'll do.
I'm gonna hand throw a couple eggs in a can. Seeing as it's way past breakfast time.
Yep. First video you watched of Shy Wizards with the potato washer. Nice. Yeah, I know Boom was talking about that one the other day, trying to get back to doing something with it. What is required to use a potato washer and other machines with potatoes? I know Global Company has a potato washer. The only issue is it's got a very low capacity. From my experience, don't try 3 trucks. Well, you know what they say, Bodian, I am a glutton for punishment. Make sure I'm taking the right path. If I go down, up, around, yep, okay. Hopefully I don't hit no bumps in the water. Blender, you lose track of... Yep, I have that problem enough with certain games I play, Shy. I know Blender's another one of those ones you just get into it before you know it. You're like, what time is it? I thought it was Tuesday. No, sir, it's Thursday. But as far as what's required to use the potato washer, you just need to place it down. And then you bring the potatoes over, it'll wash them, sort them, and there's the washer and the sorter. I don't believe I have them currently installed on my game at the moment. I do have them. So if you were to place the washer down, you just, I don't recall, I think you need to bring water to it as well. You do. Water, potatoes, and it'll work. The potatoes do need to be up in the air, though. Find Civilization one of those games where it's always just... Yep, Civilization is definitely... When it says don't try 3, means try 4. I debated it, because you can't fit it all onto 3 trucks. You need a 4th. But, yeah, Civilization, I love those 4X style games. Civilization, Galactic Civilizations, any of those type of games. Stellaris is another one I really get into. It's that turn-based exploration type thing. City Skylines. I do that a lot. Lately it's been Transport Fever, which is a tycoon-style game, but definitely one of those you just lose track of the time while you're doing your different scenarios or sandboxes. I've got a whole slew of them that I really lose track of time. Just like, I just want to complete this scenario and 3 hours go by. Yeah, Transport Fever, I started playing, was it Transport Fever 2? I started playing and I'm towards the end of Chapter 2 with the story now, and it's a pretty decent game. I like it. It's one of those ones you just lose track of time setting up transportation routes and stuff like that. City Skylines with traffic problems. I've never played far enough into it to get the traffic issues, but I can fully understand that from playing Transport Fever. Why are there 1,000 cars waiting to make this turn? What can I do to alleviate this? Yeah, I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but Master of Orion was probably one of the first 4X games I ever really got into, and that game was so addicting. I wish they'd come out with a new one. I love the Master of Orion series. Played a lot of Galactic Civilizations 2 and 3, I believe it was. I did a lot of modding in 3 back when I played that one. That's when I first learned to XML edit. And then Stellaris came along on console. I got big into that one for a while. And then once the PC got upgraded, I played Stellaris quite a bit on the PC. Being able to go back to modding again. Oppies again coming in with 70 bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
You off work, Clemens?
Yeah, I'm working on the house.
Working on the house.
Well, not right this minute.
Right.
I'm waiting on stone.
Waiting on stone, huh? Getting some delivered?
Yeah.
What size stone?
3/4.
3/4 washed or 3/4 dense?
Washed. At least I
Oh.
hope it's gonna be.
Are you putting in some flower beds or something?
Nah, French drains.
Oh, yep, that'll do it. Oh, the basement still, or?
Yep.
Age of Empires, first strategy game you got into? Oh yeah, Age of Empires was another good one. I guess there's even an Age of Empires 3 on Steam. I think I picked it up, or I put it in my wish list, I think. I hadn't even realized they'd come out with one. But I played a lot of Age of Empires 2.
be mad?
Wait, yeah, Master of Orion 4. Did they finally come out with a Master of Orion 4, Jaskar? Thank you for that, Mad Bro. There, uppies. Yeah, I played a lot of Master of Orion 2, Master of Orion 3. I've always loved that series going back to the first one. Now you got me curious. I'm gonna have to see if there's a... I'll probably be buying a game later. Everybody's gonna lose me for another 3 days. Move 4 is just titled Master of Orion. Look at that. Oh, I do have that one. I haven't played it enough to... Oh boy, I'll be downloading that one later. It's... Oh. Apparently I have played it, just not recently. Yep, it's on Steam. Apparently I already own it. It's showing 64 hours on record. Probably getting about 5 minutes into a playthrough. I do like those games. They can be very slow to begin with, but once you hit a point, boy, do they get interesting. Of course, if you play on the biggest galaxies with a ton of people, they can lag a system out in a hurry. That's for sure. Can definitely lag a system out. Just trying to keep up with everything going on the map. Fort Knox, here I come. Give unto me all of your gold. So I can drive it around and put it in the other part of Fort Knox. I'm on the end game now. I'm on the late game. Filling Fort Knox up. Yeah, you missed it the other day, Dave. Somebody kept asking me, well, how do you win this map? That's entirely up to you.
There is no win. There is no end game. I hate the end game because that means your game has to end.
Hope my aim is good, huh? Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. I might cheat and turn the trigger on so I don't drop it in the water. No, stop. Stop, you stupid barge.
As soon as there's an end game, I have to create another map.
No, you just gotta dump this one into a 64.
Yeah, right.
And it would immediately become the most involved 64X for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Probably be the most detailed one too. I know a lot of people doing the 64s basically just make them pretty plain. 1 second, everybody, gotta plug in my headset. There we go. Took you 6 to find the trigger. Took you 6 tries to find the trigger, huh? I didn't bring enough with me for that. Come on, give me the explosives. Now they're pinned next to the... There we go. Really? You caught on the edge of the barge? Oh, come on. It didn't go. You poopy thing. It's in the trigger, too. It even went in the trigger. What the heck? There it goes. See? He dropped like 10 or so. Oh, wrong vehicle. Want to be in the barge. Want to be in the barge. Well, I'm gonna be one explosive short now. You know how to fix that, right? You know how to fix that. Drop one over the edge. Catch it. Yes. Boom dungeon. Alright, I need to get this slowed down. So I know it'll make it in one piece, because those utility trailers do not like driving on the road. Send you off to Fort Knox. Good thing for the barge rails, the dynamite wouldn't have been the only thing lost. Yeah, probably. I'd have to go all the way back for my truck. See, Henry, look at that. All kinds of safes of gold. Not a problem. It's expensive, but that's not all. Oh, we're not done yet. Explosives literally just take diesel and fertilizer. So as long as you have the shell fuel... no, it's not in here. Where's the explosives factory? See, it just takes fertilizer and fuel. So as long as you have fertilizer and fuel from the shell. Where is shell? Did I pass it? So you place shell down.
Miscellaneous.
Yeah, you can place shell down, get your fuel there. You can place down, there is, I know you had a different, that's the liquid fert maker. Where's the other fertilizer maker? It's just under Global Company.
That's under
Yep.
Global Company menu.
So you can make your fertilizer there, you can make the fuel in the shell, place down your explosives factory, the explosive shack, And I'll start making explosives. At that point, drive barge to edge, drive truck to edge and top. Hope the barge will catch it as you drive off. No, I'm just going to manually fly one down. Once it gets here, I'll just grab one and I'll manually fly down with it real quick. Because I screwed up and dropped it in the water where I can't get it now. Zarian is in traffic. How are you in traffic? There's no traffic on the map. I stand on it. Yeah, the little utility trailer that my other truck is hauling it can hold 45 at a time. It's this little utility trailer here. Good for explosives or cleaning up buildings after you blow them up. And more safes. Alright, where's my stupid Zarian that claims it's stuck in traffic? Literally? Really? You're claiming you're stuck in traffic? Stupid thing. Oh, it's probably because I didn't tell you with your course to... Yep, I didn't. I'm gonna have to clean up everything. Gosh, dang it. I forgot to do the, Yeah. Gonna get something to eat? Alright, take it easy there, Wayne. So you can auto-load the utility trailer with the explosives. Works very well. Ah, crazy man. He's a crazy man. Pedestrians better watch out. I better watch out, make sure I can stop in time too. That'd be cute. Launch the whole thing right up and over with all the explosives on it. Really? You're not gonna release? Why are you not releasing? Behave. It is nice of Warlocks to leave all the gold in there when they sell it to you. Yes, it is.
Alright. I'll be back a little bit later.
Alright, have fun with your stone.
It's not here yet. I gotta run out and get some more stuff.
Aha.
Talk to you guys soon.
Yep. Wah, wah, wah. That didn't work according to plan. I have plenty of explosives here, so as long as at least one of them can get down underneath, I'll be happy with that.
You're gonna try. Oh my god.
No, I'm just getting close. I'm not trying to actually, like, drive in or anything.
But are you gonna try to throw the explosive over?
No, I'm trying to fly down with it.
I don't.
Thanks, Wolfie, for the fail. That's about what's going on, isn't it? Because I figured with flight mode on, I could just pick one up, Carry it down.
I don't think you can carry stuff on flight mode, can you?
I was. Problem is, the minute you start to... Yeah, I don't think it's going to let me. Alright, well, plan B. I stick the barge down here and hope I can catch it. That's how that's going to work. See how good my aim is. Dropping it off the edge. Notice your cow pen not taking any straw anymore. Is that from the last season's update? I don't know. I haven't come into that one yet. Maybe right there? Question mark? Not staring at the ceiling, please.
You know, by the time you get this done,
I could have
you could
driven
have driven a
around.
boat up there.
Probably.
You could throw it onto the barge. Can you get it on the barge down below? Should be able to.
As long as I don't throw it. I'm just fishing at this point.
Oh, too far.
Yeah. See, what I need to do is drop object, not throw object.
Right.
Okay. Where did that last one go? Is it sitting? Alright, seriously, I had one and now it's somewhere in my GMC. Let me check, am I over the barge at this point? Yes, I am. Bingo! Thank you for the sheep scream, Wolfie. It's there. I got it. That was well timed, too. That was very well timed. I don't know, Wolfie. I thought the timing was pretty good on that. Oh, it's definitely not talent. I will 100% say that's luck, Bodine. I know better. Now, to not drop this in the water. There we go. So, yeah. I know all my pens are taking straw, no problem. But I don't know if I've got the latest season update or not. I think I do. Not far enough. You know, with super strength on, I would expect that thing to, like, Hercules that thing across the room. Retreating to a safe distance. Sure is taking its sweet time going off. There it goes. Sure did take its sweet time. Carrying explosives in my truck now. Get out. Thank you. I just want my explosives, man. Oh, come on. Why is it not letting me pick it up now? Don't tell me it's going to give me that whole trigger glitch. Yep. Awesome. Well, I'm going to have to save real quick. Quit back to the main menu. All the seasons take straw without, and the one with it's not listed on the intake. Thank you for that follow, Winch Redneck Grandma. Appreciate it. How are you doing this morning? You have two different games, one with and one without, and it doesn't list it on the intake. When you say doesn't list it on the intake, are you saying like it doesn't? I don't have enough money, I know. Shush. That's good to hear. So it doesn't list it there. Let me go down. Hopefully I caught that in time. Things I gotta
Nah,
pick.
you missed it.
I did. Yeah, sorry. Sorry if that was loud, folks. It's not listed on what they take. In the seasons menu here? I have seen that bug come across occasionally. Check your error log. There may be a Lua. I have seen it occasionally not take straw. And I don't remember what caused it. You can see my cows, my pigs, they're all listed with straw. Obviously ducks and sheep don't take straw. The chicken coop that does list straw is there. Wow, duckies are... I don't remember. No, they're not giving birth already. That's just me having bought an odd number. Gotcha.
Even if it doesn't list it, I believe it should take it.
You do see Lua on there? There could be an issue. Have you tried putting a ticket in on the website yet? So we can take a look at the log and see if it's something to be concerned with or not. I know there's a couple of things that will come up. Alright, we'll take a look at it as soon as it comes in. Speaking of which, Dave, if you want, I can help you guys with some of those, but I don't have access.
I'll have to get checks. I haven't looked at any in a long time. This week, anyway. I'll have to check them out.
It's not a problem. I know X-Man and Boom have been taking a look at them. I guess while I'm here, I should look and see. Modded New Holland series, T8. What's the difference? Tuned. Seat cam. I'm gonna have to go looking for some New Holland equipment. Some case equipment. So I can fill out my farms. But I don't want to mess around with that right now. It's probably a bad idea. Alright, I do have the updated seasons, so... I so wish that I could get this to work on this map. I'd love to use the main geo. Wonder if ADub ever updated it. Nope, he didn't. I messaged him one day and mentioned that we do grow a ton of corn here in Maine. And he said he was going to add it in, but he never did. Granted, we turn it all to silage, but we do. We do grow a lot of corn. Based off the town of Bangor. Bangor, Maine. I have to get a different case. New Holland. Gonna have to buy some equipment. Gotta earn some money for that, though. It's kind of cool to sit back and look and see what we do for. It's interesting to look up the statistics and see what each state does with their farming. I never really gave it much thought before I started playing this. I know there are some smaller farms that will grow sweet corn and stuff like that for the public to consume, but most of the fields you drive by usually end up turning brown and wilty looking, and then you see them silage it with pull behind 1 and 2 row silagers. Was it the other day? Randy was saying when he worked for a company out of Texas, he actually was sent all the way to Maine for corn silage to bring back to Texas. It's crazy. Awful long way to truck silage.
Right?
A mining we will go. Yep. A mining we will go. Our wallets are low. We need the dough. That's a good one, Henry. I like that.
That's pretty much how it works in this map.
Yep. That's why, like, I definitely want to make sure I build all the factories to say I did it, but I'm not super concerned with, like, running all of the different factories, because...
Oh, come on. That's what the fun part is. Seeing if you can get them all running. Let's see. Where am I going to put the
maybe
next
once I get everything built, I'll take, like, a season to just sit there and make sure I keep everything running. But to try and do all of the field work and all of the factory work, it's just crazy. You've trucked hay bales from Vermont to Orlando. That's a long ways to go. But I mean, I guess I understand it. Pretzel Rocks just to telling me what we're playing. I don't really know if I like that one. Alright, I know I clicked the button. There we go, that's better. Now back to Fort Knox so I can finish blowing up my gold mine. That's what I need to do. That's better. I hate it when it glitches out like that. Nope, not quite. Truckloads of kegs out of the Baldwin's Bud plant in the snow. Yep. I bet. Anytime you get snow involved, it just makes for slippery, ugly conditions. Oh, I need to make sure I got the right work mode set. I want medium pallets, you. Yeah, I do recall what it's like to drive a truck with liquids behind it, especially when there's no baffles in that tank. Ooh, no fun. I would occasionally drive a truck with lime slurry in it when we were trying to dispose of it from the plant I used to work for. And if you weren't careful loading it and the slurry was really thick, you could run up a 100,000-pound load pretty easy. Does not like to stop well. Upstate New York, lake effect snow. Yep, it definitely is. I get quite a bit of lake effect snow here where I'm located, and I'm just between a couple of small ones. Boston? I used to go down to Boston. My wife and I love going down to Boston. We used to take a yearly trip down before Christmas time to do shopping in Boston, and haven't been in a few years.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times. Have a brother that lives out there.
Yeah, in the autumn time we'd go down. You want out, Henry? Yeah, the cities are kind of declining a bit, I think. It gets really expensive to live in the cities. Lack of space makes it expensive to live there. So I like where I'm at in the country. I got land, I'm not neighbors up my butt situation, I can relax some. Yeah, I can fully understand that. The haves and the have-nots definitely be more noticeable in the cities where the posh people like to want to try and show themselves off. Alright, now I'm gonna play it safe. Ooh, wow.
I'm fine living in the middle of nowhere as long as I have a high-speed internet connection.
Exactly. Wow, that makes a big difference on the weight of the barge. Release the safes
Oh,
so I can strap them down.
you know what? I think I'm gonna have to restart my PC.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
Well, my side panel isn't working for some reason. All I
Uh-oh.
did was plugged in this new microphone that I haven't been able to use.
Western Mass
And
is pretty with the Berkshires, yeah. Yep, exactly, Potsy. I'm kind of in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I'm not too far out of the beaten path, so to speak. Oh, make sure I play it smart and put those up. I'm, half hour, 45 minutes from a couple of decent sized cities, but I still get 400 megabit internet, and I've got land around me, and that's good enough. Yeah, I know up here in Maine there's a lot of people moving up from Mass, New York, Connecticut, those areas, snapping up all the homes. It's driving the real estate market here crazy. We're already way short on houses for people here in Maine to live.
there, let's see if that worked.
There are stars where I'm at for sure. At nighttime, one of my favorite things to do when it's decent out is we'll go out, sit by the bonfire, and just watch the stars. Occasionally see some shooting stars going on. Only annoying
Oh
thing is
yeah.
don't do it on a Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday night, because then you hear the racetrack. How's it going, Bears fan? Doing all right. Yourself?
I'll be back in just a little bit.
Alrighty, Dave. Yeah, we're probably 3 miles from a local racetrack, and Sure enough, at Wednesday night when they're doing their races, Friday night, Saturday nights when they're doing their races, especially Fridays when they do the drag races, you can hear them. Just got done doing some mining on PV County. Nice. I am currently cleaning out the basement of Fort Knox. Getting my gold out of the place so I can redeposit. Just trying to find a good place on the banking here without having to drive all the way back down around. But these bankings look awful steep. That banking over there doesn't look too bad as long as it doesn't go up as I get closer. Yeah, I just don't own a lot of the land along the edge of this river right now. Don't rock the boat. Look at those trailers. By Port Fitzgerald. Yeah, I'm almost there now. One side of the river or another. Give Dave time. I'm sure he'll think of something. Yeah, I guess Port Fitzgerald does have a dock too, so I can just use that. Oh, I know I don't need to own it. I was gonna landscape down a nice smooth ramp and just drive off that way. Last house with high-speed internet on your road is only 1/10 of a mile away, and the cable company wants over. Holy cow! Yeah, that's expensive. How's it going, Jack? That's good because I can't pronounce the other jumble of stuff. How you doing today? Ah, woohoo! Good thing there's a railing. I thought I'd missed that collision just a bit. Hey, Bodine, was it something like that when you lost a truck? That's good to hear. That was a close one. Had me worried for a second there. This barge don't like the weight of all these safes, I'll tell you that. You lost 3 safes right there. Yeah, the barge does not want to move with the weight of these safes on it. There's one up and running. See if you actually make it to Fort Knox when I send you there. You playing FS19 right now too, Jack? Nice. That a vehicle is affected by the... It is kind of cool at times. We're even moving yet. You were loading them on the barge by forge. Well, I guess that's kind of worse there, Bodine, yes. If you weren't moving yet and you lost them, that's bad. I do like that, the Roadrunner one. I like the Pete, too. They're probably my two favorite trucks. I like a good Jake brake. Whew. These gold safes are heavy. Lots of money right here. Lots of money right here. Courseplay works alright. I've had some pretty good success with it. It lets me merge my fields together and still have workers not go crazy on them. For example, I just did some merging with 82 and 83 down here. And I have a worker running on it right now. I gotta set him back off, actually, as a matter of fact. I'll leave you there, because I had to save and exit. Alright, course generation. 82. Headland, yes, that'll fix that problem. Turn. Generate. Oop, I forgot, I gotta do that. Generate. That should have you in the right direction right there. Yes, nearest waypoint. Drive course. Yes, I did. I sent one with auto drive and I'm driving the other one. It is a lot better. You're right, Potsy. If it's a nice square field that I haven't done anything to the boundaries on, then I'll let the AI deal with it. Because Dave, I think, has done a really good job of where he's placed the fields and leaving plenty of boundary for the AI workers to not be too retarded. But when I've done the merging I've done with some of the fields, it certainly helps to have course play to be able to run the harvesting or planting, plowing, whatever might be done with it. Yeah, they can do that occasionally too, for sure. Depending on the implement, what have you. Alright. Time to unload my gold safes. Let's see how this works. That might have been a fail. There we go. That's better. There we go. Send you back down to Port Fitzgerald. Not selling it back. This is just where I store my gold. This is not actually a sell point. Fort Knox doesn't actually sell the gold for you. It just stores the gold. I've made it my mission to fill Fort Knox with gold. That's my end game. Alright, so BB. Back up, gather safes. Stupid doorpost. Oh, come on, really? Be that way. Oh, come on. Be nice. Oh, did it finally go in the trigger? Good. Alright. You. You know what? You can head to Port Fitzgerald as well. Apparently my dog's having a nice dream. As he noisily smacks his tail on the ground. Do. Oh, there's a lip there. Hey, come on. There. I now have a little over 300,000 liters of gold in Fort Knox. You can spawn the pallets back out if you want, but I kind of want to fill it. Just to see if I can. Huh? Why are you stuck? Seriously? You worked that far. Interesting. You love the Tree Maverick? It is, Scrooge McFrost, exactly. My gold. It's all my gold. That's interesting why these guys are getting stuck right there. Never had that issue. Never had that issue before. Huh? Last I checked, I've got 6 inches of space there. That's more than enough room. Now can you go? Yep. Huh. Something over here must be clogging them up. Thought I had that working before. Alright, you... are gonna get folded up. And I guess I will send you to Piper. I'll send you back to Dusty Lane. How's it going, Texas Toast? Possibly, Henry? I suppose it is possible that they had an effect on it. Well, I wanted you to go to Dusty Lane Farm. So I can drop off this tool. I suppose it is entirely possible that it had the effect on it. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Are you full on the output or something? You are full on the output, aren't you? Guess I'll dump this in here then. Yeah, that could be. And I've never had an issue until I blew up Fort Knox just now. So it could be that there is a pallet underneath in the way. And that's what's causing them to stop there. Get that emptied out. Get you sent back to the to Johnson. Now that I'm done with you. Somewhere in all this mess you should find a node that'll get you back to Johnson Farm. That should do that, I believe. I know I've got extras of something that I sent up here originally. Yep. That's extra pipe. Now I will send you back over to my construction storage. It's all alphabetical, silly. You need to go back to the shop sell point, because I'm going to get rid of you. Can you find your way? No, of course you can't. I know. Start the engine, please. There, thank you. Oh, do. Come on, back to the shop. I need you to find the node by Dusty Lane, please. That cannot still be that. I was going to say, that cannot still be the... There, thank you. Were you trying to go for a bath? Perhaps. You also need to go back to Dusty Lane Farm. You can finish what you're doing first. Top off that BGA. I'm gonna have to move those things around at some point. Off to the construction storage with you. Wow, my frame rate's dipped all of a sudden. It's probably because I've got like a dozen different things running for Courseplay. Auto drive. Straw. There's that one. There's that one. You can go back up to Johnson Farm. Apparently that's full on sacks again. Johnson Farm. Away with you. This can go over to my barge. Go pick up the last of my gold from under Fort Knox. There we go. Hey. Really? Stay. I have not looked up from underneath the barge. I have not done that one yet. Swing the camera down there. Woo, that was close. That was close. Stay. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I was pretty close. I'm a fish. I'm a fish driving a boat. Oh, what was that old Andy Griffith movie or whatever when he becomes a fish? His name Harold or something like that. Random. Mr. Limpet. Oh, Henry, yep, Mr. Limpet. The Incredible Mr. Limpet, yep. I'm not actually that old. I just recall that movie. Don Knotts. I don't remember who the name of the actor was. Just for some reason, Andy Griffith stuck in my head. But yeah, Incredible Mr. Limpet. That'd be the one. I used to watch a lot of older movies. Now, if I even think about it, my wife's kind of like, ugh, really? Barney Fife on Andy Griffith. That's why I immediately thought of Andy Griffith, because he played Barney Fife. See, my brain had the association right. I used to watch a lot of older movies. Well, that's how you know you're not going senile, right? They're still sharp as a tack. Incredible Mr. Limpet. African Queen. Does not ring a bell, but it doesn't mean that I don't know the movie. So while I am driving along, let me look it up quick. I can't say as though I've seen that one. I can't say as though I've seen that one, Henry. My wife might be familiar because she's a big Audrey Hepburn fan. She loves watching old Audrey Hepburn movies, but when I want to watch an older movie, she's like, ugh. Like, I was thinking I was going to watch Smokey and the Bandit yesterday, and she was kind of like, no. I'll have to ask my wife if she knows that one. Because I know she did watch a lot of Audrey Hepburn movies. Heck, if it's got Hepburn in it, we probably have it on a DVD sitting over on the shelf somewhere. Because I know at one point she had bought most of the... Oh, Katharine Hepburn. That's probably why. I just saw Hepburn and Bogart. I didn't see Katharine versus Audrey. All I did was click on it on IMDb and saw the title. I didn't see who was actually in it. Coming in for a landing. Brace for impact. Adam's Rib. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one either. Does not ring a bell. Bang. Black and white? Yeah, see. I didn't watch many black and whites. I did watch a lot of the movies from, you know, 80s, 70s. Not a lot into like the 60s or anything. Some of them, but not many. Is that it? I thought there was more. Did I forget a corner? Apparently I did not. Is my math off? Should have been 13 times 4 is 52. Eh, oh, okay. Math is right. I just can't do math today. For some reason I was thinking it'd be more than 3 trucks worth, but I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, of course I was very fond to a lot of the 80s movies. Even though I was a little young at the time when I was growing up in the 80s. In the 90s I watched a lot of them. Especially if they were like some of the cheesy, spoofy kind of 80s movies. The road to your mind is so long and straight you can make you can put the cruise control on and make a sandwich. Nice. Which mine are you working out of, Henry? Cannonball Run, yep, I have watched Cannonball Run. Tron. The Smokey and the Bandits, the what was that Arnold Schwarzenegger one there? Commando, and so many others. Lethal Weapons, Naked Guns. Oh, the Naked Gun movies. They were a riot. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Oh, John Candy films too. Used to love watching John Candy films. Oh, the original Ghostbusters movies. Now I'm feeling all nostalgic. And that's what I'll do today after stream is I'll watch a couple of older movies. Probably give me a flashback for this, but I haven't. Oh, you have not seen any of the Star Wars movies and you own them. Bodine, my friend, forget episode 1, but watch like 2 through 9, please. I jest. Just up and to the left of 91, there's a bunch of salt, gravel, coal, and an ore. Oh yeah, the salt, gravel, coal. Yep. I know where you're talking, these three here. And the ore mine with that first tunnel. Yep, I have emptied this salt, that ore, that coal, that ore. It is a pretty long straight run once you get up here. Not quite as long as coming up this side and going all the way up into these mines. Ah, you bought the 3 mines but not the tunnel yet? Sandwich Alley, nice, yep. As long as you don't have the traffic turned on. You buy through there no problem. Alright, let's see if I can't do this without making a big hash of this. Like that. Like that. Woohoo! You thought the long way up was the only way up? Alright, you can head back to the shop. Many people in your family are not happy with you because of this. You bought them with the intention of watching them. Yeah, I have seen all of the Star Wars movies multiple times. Like Star Wars, like Star Trek. We watch a lot of movies in my house. Some kind of glitch at the entrance to that big tunnel up there stops the vehicle. Really? It's interesting. I haven't, I've never had any issues. Do you know how to turn wireframe on? Right where the bridge ends and the tunnel begins. Are you talking about this bridge here? By the sand? Or below the sand one? You don't know what wireframe is? If you've got the developer controls turned on, you can hit F5 and it goes into a wireframe mode like this. So you can see the collision boxes for things. Left side. Are you talking about over one of these bridges over here? That's interesting, because I know this was probably a few weeks back. I was watching a Jababo stream, and he went to take a vehicle up past one of those bridges and ran into a solid object like it was... like he couldn't get across it. Oh, yeah, this one right here. If you go straight here, it enters a long, straight tunnel through the mountain. You had to unlock and hook the trailer to get it unhitched. Interesting. Yeah, I've seen some odd things now and then that. Where was I gonna send you? Shop. Oh no, I'll send you back to Johnson. Wonder if you'll go now that I cleaned out the underside of. Aha, must have just been the pallets underneath. Interesting. Yeah, I've been through that tunnel a few different times, Henry. Get in there, my gold. You're not being very helpful. In. Be that way. Yeah, there's been not many, but I know a couple people have had odds and ends little things go on with the map like that. In my case, I've got a tree that no longer has a collision on it. That, by all accounts, looks like it was just a case of I was trying to cut it up with the tree not the tree Maverick, but the Trex, and it triggered a Lua right as I went to cut it. So the collision disappeared, but the tree didn't. Really? Oh, I hate you. Hate that. So annoying. Once again, I can't do the... Where is that stinking barge? Thank you. I'll take my money back for the barge now because I don't need you. Alright, somewhere around here there's going to be a... a shop for maintenance. There it is. Leave you there. You can head to the shop so I can sell you. And I will turn you into New Holland and case equipment. Bye bye. Oh, those are the plows I bought for down here. Oops. Really? Why are you going in that direction? No, why are you going in that direction? What in the heck is wrong with you? Why you go... Oh. That's why. Starting location, I want to go southeast. Generate the course. Thank you. Now drive your course. That's better. No, the low bed trailer doesn't like that bridge going up to the mountains, but other than that, you haven't run into. Yeah, I've never had an issue going up through there. Too many things on my course play right now. It was a low bed trailer, huh? It could be there is a going through there that there's just a crack in the road or something that doesn't like the trailer. Let me get this sent back to Pievs quick and deal with some of these other trailers that are all congested up. Pievs. Really, what are you doing, you stupid concrete truck? Did you make up your mind which direction you're gonna go? Yeah, some of the low loader trailers are definitely tough to get around. I know that. Of course, you're not gonna let me do anything, because now it thinks I'm stuck in a trigger. Oh look, I found my explosives. I founded my explosives, yay. They came back to me. Pick you back up so I don't lose you. Not that I don't have enough dollies. There's one that you ran into with combines turning on the road to the bridge by the store coming from field 80. Didn't see anything on wireframe either, but both combines hit something. Turning onto this bridge here? Right where Dell is? How's it going, Fern Dog? Not too bad. They're able to manually drive around it with no problems. let's see. Let me finish parking some of these things real quick, so I'm not stuttering all over the place. And send you to the shop quick. Alright. Combines are the only thing you had problems with. Everything else is fine. Alright. I've got one more auto drive here to deal with. Really? Are you just driving in circles because you want to taunt me or something? There was a path I had set you on that would have taken you straight to Piev's. Why must you be so difficult? Stupid vehicle. Jiminy Christmas, for crying out loud. No, that reminds me, before I forget, I need goat food too. Was it any specific combine you had an issue with, Potsy? Or just combines in general? You can head for the shop as well. I should just drive you down there. Both your John Deere and an in-game case. Well, let's go take a look, shall we? Unplug you for now. Let's take a look over here. Go to Dell Electronics. Right at the very start of the intersection seems to be something on the left lane when heading north. Right around here. Right at the start of the bridge road. Left lane heading north. Yeah, there's nothing on wireframe, obviously. The only thing I can think of is there might have been an issue with the combines themselves. The like collision box on the combine. But it's strange. And in your case, you said you were able to manually drive around it. Hmm. Interesting. Why are you not letting me move around the map now? There it goes. Hello, kitty. And then Senor Henry said he hit over here. Coming through this. Remember which ender it was, Henry?
Excuse me.
Last time though you come by, I drove through it with no problems. If you did your own field later, it might have been something game related. It could be. Back at the beginning, the other end. I was just looking to see if maybe one of the road sections was a bit off or something like that. Footer of the bridge meets the land. Potsy said the other side. So, alright, well, give me a... I'll zip on back down there. Facing north on the north end. Yeah, the ground is pretty close to the road right here. So it's possible that the collision box could have reached down and caught it somehow. Or if you'd done any landscaping by any chance, you might have tweaked it. Who knows? One thing you could do too, because this is a section of road right here, is use your landscaping tool to smooth this edge, which should drop it down a little bit away from the road. And see if that helps. Because you can see the little yellow spikes sticking through off the ground. This leading edge is pretty close to the roadway. Yeah. I mean, I'd give that a try, because it looks like it's a solid piece of road. It's not where there's a transition between road sections that might have been a little off or something like that. But it could be just a case where it registered this ground by perhaps with the bottom of the trailer and caught, causing it to stick in the ground. I should probably save in case I screw this up. Let me save quick. Look closer to the tunnel. Yeah, there's another ridge of ground right there too. Between the edge and the entrance. Well, once again, you've got another ridge here. But without being in your game, it's hard to say. If you go into landscaping mode, brush strength just a tad.
You know what? Can't I give up?
Probably smooth a little bit. And you might be able to get some of this knocked down. Hello? That was completely random. My headset just shut off on me. Upping the brush strength just means it'll do a little bit more, like if you're trying to smooth, it'll smooth a greater amount at a time. If the brush strength is turned way down, like this, you see how it barely touches it? But if you turn the brush strength up, it goes faster. But if I come over here with this, like that, now that you don't see the spikes sticking through the road like they were before. They're a little bit over here, so I could always go back into landscaping mode. How's it going, Funky Roo Dude? Yeah, I don't do a lot with the landscaping either. I really don't, I'll be honest. And usually I end up getting myself into trouble doing it. But if I go here and lower like this, that's not what I wanted to do. Swing around, see if I can put a better angle on it. Ugh. Sometimes the it'd be nice if the camera wouldn't clip like it does. I like that. Yeah, pretty much. It just kind of tells you how, like, where the land is, where it's pointed and things like that. But it'll also give you an indication of how close you are to the ground. So if you see them sticking way up like this, because those spikes come up out of the ground themselves, you can kind of get an idea looking at it that the ground is not very far from the bottom of the road right here. And then the road starts to rise up a little bit away from the ground, so you don't see them anymore. So right along that edge, you know, the ground's pretty close. It wouldn't take much manipulation for the ground to be through the road. Yeah, kinda. That's one nice thing about the wireframe, is it does help with that. It'll show you some of those things that you might not otherwise be apparent. Like I know there's an issue with, and Dave's gonna correct it. Not 3M. Construction storage. If I turn off speed and flight, and I do this, see how I'm running into something? Turn this on, and you look right here, See how the square box comes out from the edge of the building like that? That's the collision box for the back wall of the building. And it extends from the edge of the building just a little bit. I ran into it the other day with a vehicle. Didn't know what was going on. But it is kind of cool because like this one here, this wireframe mode will show you the lights. So you see as the lights are working, you can see them flickering around. This one is a sound thing. So that bubble you see me go into right here, that turns red as I get in, is the distance the sound travels from this building. And then you can shut the wireframe off altogether. This building is the fertilizer... Oh, what the heck's the name of it? Organic Fertilizer by Stevie. You can take your manure, your digestate, things like that, and turn it into fertilizer, solid fertilizer. You can see a bubble when you drive through fields. There's the first wireframe mode. Then there's one wireframe for lights, one for sounds, and then the next one should make it go away. Yeah, I use this one because I end up with way too much manure from... I'm gonna have to empty it again soon. From my cows. Some you can. A lot of buildings do have a what's the word I'm thinking of? A fill type mover script in there that'll cause a lot of issues. But in the case of that fertilizer building, it's a global company one. A, B, C, D, F. I forget where it falls in this category. Or organic fertilizer. So you see here, it interacts with global company. So they're typically a much safer bet to use. In this case, I know this one here works just fine. I've used it on many maps, and I've used it on this one for a long time. The key to adding other maps, other mods to this map, Willem, is to be familiar with your log file. Only add mods in small doses, and check your log file before and after. That way you know which ones might have been the cause of the issues. Whack, 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 whack. The ducks. Alright, the only thing that should still be running at this point is you. I should probably save. No, I won't save it. Yeah, it's not a problem, Willem. That's one of the things we're here for. Always, just the big thing to always keep in mind is don't go crazy, and make sure you know how to read your log file. It goes a long ways towards knowing, because sometimes you can add a mod and think everything's hunky-dory and it's causing an issue in the background that you don't know about till it's too late. Like you're building a bridge and suddenly the bridge doesn't build properly because it's missing you know, it missed this one of its triggers. Alright, I gotta exit real quick because I hate it when it does that. I can't interact or jump. Hate it when it does that.
I don't have a lot of patience for people who feel like they're downloading from the cosmos.
skipping you. Henry Hood. How about PVC merch with screenshots? What did Henry send me? A while ago, apparently. No, not multiplayer. Are you loading? Did I click the button enough to start you loading at least? Logos, huh? Well, I will take a look at those. I'll close you now. Background art. Did you send them to me in Discord or did you send me a Discord link? Discord link. I'll have to take a look at it later. I will have to take a look at it later. Oh, Dave disappeared on us. And Fummins disappeared on me. Dave must have went to take his afternoon nap. Yeah, he did say he had to reboot, but he hasn't come back to Discord yet. So if he rebooted, he would have been back already. He might have taken some time to go do some other stuff too. Yeah, he usually takes an afternoon nap. But he's had a lot going on too, so it's understandable. Alright, I still got half a battery. Typical Dave says he'll be back 4 hours. Later he disappears. Yeah, no, Dave has had a lot going on, so he might have had something come up. That's right, Bodine. He didn't specify. He had to reboot, so it could have been him. He's still in live locked with me, Nico. He just has himself muted, so. Let it finish scanning, because it's going to be dumb otherwise. I gotta generate your course again. I really should save this course one of these times. Round, smooth turn, da 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 da. Southeast corner, so that you're going in the right direction. Generate. if you completely rebuilt your mod folder to clean it up. It shouldn't. Keyword shouldn't. The big thing is, as long as you don't delete mods that you otherwise have like placed on the map or something like that, it shouldn't affect it. Because you can have, especially with PB Tools, you can put your mods into another folder and then load that folder instead, for the sake of loading up your game save. So that's something you could try, is having a second folder, transport over the ones you want and like, and then get rid of you and you. Down here at Dusty Lane, there should be another vehicle. Yeah, and that's why I mentioned PB Tools. If you set up a second folder and put the map, the assets, and stuff you know you're using into that folder, and then go to load the game up, try to load into your save, and see what's going on. What I would do is make sure you turn off your autosave first, just to be on the safe side. Customize. Case IH. Oh no, Case IH uses a gray. Customize. Repair. But yeah, I would try saving with the autosave turned off. Go to a second folder set up with all of the mods you know you're using, and then try loading that one into the game, and then just check around, make sure nothing's going on with your save. I've done it in the past myself. The key is making sure you've got mods that you're not using off the map first. And then if you don't transfer the mod over, or whatever, and you go to start your save, and it says it's missing such and such a mod because you had it activated into the map, that'll give you kind of a hint that you might have missed something. Customize gray, red, yes, repair, yes. But every now and then I try to go through my mod folder too, and I know there's files in there, or vehicles and stuff like that in there I probably am not using that I need to get rid of. You need to go to the shop. I'll probably do some of that later as well, because I'm gonna have to get some New Holland items. No, why don't you stop it? I want you to go this way first. You're not gonna be able to drive that other direction. Now you can drive. Go, underlay. You are certainly taking your sweet time with this. sure are. Can't hear you. What? Gonna name him Cecil. Yep. Yeah, Bodine, that is a lot of time on a map to sacrifice. I fully understand. Alright, garage. Look through the old garage here quick. I've got some vehicles. Need to know what kind of horsepower I'm dealing with here. 350 hours. Feel like you've accomplished little. Yep. Yeah, I can understand that. Especially if your focus is on like the farming aspect of it, not necessarily building things. You can definitely have a lot of time go by without feeling like you really did anything. First sawmill down doesn't need to make going towards my bridge. Yeah, your sawmill will definitely be needed to be able to get the factories done for your bridge. Oh, dang it all. That's what I get for not turning on allow create fields. In the sawmill for your bridge quest, you're gonna need chipboard, you're gonna need planks, you're gonna need the resin, because the idea is you need to be able to make the glue factory and the drywall factory so you can make the you have to make the concrete and steel factories to be able to make the bridges. So you need to look at what's required for the concrete and steel factories first, and then work on getting those built. And then after you've got the concrete and the steel factories built, you won't actually need anything for the bridges out of the sawmill, but it doesn't mean the sawmill becomes useless. You'll need it for pallets, you'll need it for all kinds of other things. Hey, pay attention, dummy. I'm making a bigger hash of this than the worker was. You've got to build the sawmill, because without the sawmill you can't build the 3M factory. So if you look in here for the construction factories, in this list, you know you need the stone crusher. And the reason there's no 2 in this list is because 2 is your sawmill. So you'll need the sawmill to be able to get the glue factory built. You'll need the glue factory to get the drywall factory built. You need the drywall factory built to get the concrete factory made. Then you need the concrete factory to make the steel factory. And then once you're done, you'll need the concrete and the barriers out of the out of the concrete factory, and you'll need the steel and the rebar from the steel factory in order to build bridges. In order to build stuff in the sawmill, let me just finish off this little bit here quick so I can set my worker back off. And I'll show you the layout of that again. The big thing with the sawmill is you need the sawmill to create the boards for all of the other processes. And the boards are then used through like the board chipper, the chipboard factory, the pallet factory, paper factory, and so on. Yes, boards are first from the sawmill. I'll show you my setup again in a few minutes here. Just let me get this done quick. Is the ground not level or something right there? In order to... what ingredients go into the sawmill? So in the sawmill you'll need coal to run the sawmill. And you'll need the logs to make the boards. Alright, so I should be able to set you back off on course now and have you not make a complete hash of it. No big deal. Alright, so there, you should work. Let me just let this guy get around the corner here real quick and make sure I'm... Yeah, you can buy the logs if you want to, which is what I do. Maybe on... You know, stop it, you stupid McAfee. Get out of the way. Wow, 10-point turn, huh, guy? Yes, there is a guide on the website, but give me 2 seconds. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, as they say. So if you look here for this is the 6X sawmill. So you put your coal in, you put your logs in, then it starts to spit the boards out. The boards... Yes. You have a 1X? Alright, so on a 1X sawmill, the only spot you'll have for boards is right here. So you'll hit this trigger, and you can spawn out boards. They'll fall right there. You can then pick the boards up and bring them to the triggers for your other factories. The ones you'll need are going to be the chipboard, the planks, the paper. So you'll have to bring boards over to the chipboard factory. You'll have to bring wood chips over to the paper and the oh, fed watered. Welcome back, Wayne. The chipboard and the paper factories require wood chips, which you can get from using the board chipper. So you'd bring boards over, it would chip them into boards, and then it would spit out on the other side the wood chips. But that's why I'm fond of using the 6X version. I'll get an aerial view of it here quick. So with the 6X version, you've got 6 of these yellow and black squares. So you can place like your pallet factory or the barrel factory or whatever with the trigger right inside that point. Yep, wood chips from trees. You can dump wood chips directly in here, or you can use the the board chipper to do it. So like in this case, I've got the board chipper. I can just go in and spawn out the pallets of the wood chips, and they'll go directly into the paper factory. See? They go real quick. They disappear instantly, basically. There you go. You see, they're now filling up the paper factory directly from the board chipper. And with the 6X sawmill, again, this would be board production extension 4 from the sawmill. See, I have boards. Let's shut that one off. You don't have to, but you'll find, unless you're doing a lot of the wood chipping like I am, that you won't have a lot of wood chips from the sawmill to be able to run those factories. The other reason why I'm doing this is because in order to run 3M, which is the glue factory, you need the resin from the sawmill. And the bigger the sawmill, the more resin it will produce, because each line that you see running is producing resin. So in this case where I've got a 6X sawmill, it's got 7 possible lines of production, so the resin will create faster. Yes, it's a byproduct. Yeah, so with the 6X one, like Potsy was saying, I can output boards directly, right here, and you'll see them turn into wood chips, and then the wood chips can be output directly into the paper and the chipboard factories. But by having these running, it keeps me getting resin faster, and without resin, you can't make the glue. Glue and epoxy. Yep, pretty much. When Dave built 95% of the factories for this map, they are all based off of real life and how it would be done. So, in the case of boards, you do get resin from sawing boards. And you know, boards can be chipped up. It was all done with a lot of he'll tell you, with a lot of research into it. The Alcoa factory to create aluminum and copper. The actual production of copper is done with copper ore, and bauxite is used for making aluminum. Yep, even the pallets. He really put a lot of thought into all of the different processes. Oh, excuse me. Gotta get my production going back again. I didn't pay attention. It's good enough for now. I gotta get my truck in. Yep. Yeah, Dave put a lot of thought into all of these different things. So, actually, the production of aluminum, believe it or not, came from... it originally came from Dave playing Satisfactory. And when Dave was playing Satisfactory, he noticed that you use bauxite for aluminum. He thought it was interesting and brought it into Alcoa. and did the research on it to see like what are the byproducts of this and that, and why did I send you back down? Oh, that's right. I sent you here for. Where are you going? Stupid auto drive. I just want you to come here so I can sell you. Alright, Johnson Farm maybe? Yes, aha. Yep, even the winery process. There's a reason he picked the different kinds of grapes that actually are in the map. Oppies, thank you for cheering another 20 bits. I appreciate that. Just the winery process. The reason we have the Niagara, the Catawba, and the other kinds of grapes is because Dave looked and saw that those were the ones that were actually used in the winemaking process. So those are the ones he added to the game. He really did put it was what, Catawba, Niagara. And the Concord grapes. He put a lot of thought into it. He really did. Champagne. You never know, Wayne. You never know. He might. It is a possibility. Ooh, that was loud. Thank you for the scare there, Wolfie. I'm gonna have to turn that one down. Youch. That went off in my ear and that was loud. It's tough when you set those up. Anybody that's a streamer will tell you it's hard with the sounds because it doesn't really tell you how loud they're gonna be when you try to set them up. You spotted your depends. That's FFS. Yeah, I'll allow that one. Why not? Yep. Note to self. Go turn that one down. Oppie's playing the chicken dance. Yeah, that scream was very, very loud. I'm definitely gonna have to turn that one down. Most of the other ones seem okay, though. It's just occasionally they're, like, obnoxiously loud. And there's no real rhyme or reason for it.
Potato, 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 potato,
Missed hearing that song, Wayne.
potato, 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 hey.
Thank you again, Wolfie, for another potato. Alright. copper out of here. Hey, me play that on a loop while harvesting potatoes. Yeah, you could. Why are you not outputting copper? Come on. Thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you, Obbies, for the screamer. In you go. No, I don't, Henry. I don't. That's why I was that's why I was asking for suggestions earlier. I'm very uncreative when it comes to that stuff. I can think up dresser designs and all that stuff and build all kinds of different things, but when it comes to trying to think up something for an emote, I am lost. I am not a very creative person in that regard. Pimp in the box with 5 gifted the subs, kicking off a hype train. Thank you, Pimp in the box. I appreciate that. Level 2 hype train. Wolfie coming in with 100 bits. Also, keep in mind, anybody that has subscribed or been gifted a sub, you can create yourself a blurp, a walk-on sound, to let us all know when you come and join the chat. That's down below. How's it going, Pimp? You missed Dave earlier, Pimp. He was here hanging out, chit-chatting with us for a bit. Maybe the first part of that, Wayne. You don't want to see me dance. I have 3 left feet and no right. That's why I don't dance. Ask my wife. She hates it. He is doing well. He is doing very well, Pimp. He's just been dealing with a lot of family stuff and trying to reconnect some with his kids, and he's been going through quite a bit with that, but he was on hanging out with us for a couple hours earlier, so he even talked about maybe doing a stream himself later. Creator camp from Twitch. I have seen some of that stuff, Henry, and I have looked at some of the emote things. The big thing is a lot of the websites that have the built-in assets to allow you to build with them tend to get expensive. And I've been trying to find a cheaper alternative for emotes, trying to come up with them myself, and it's not going well. But I have been working on it some. I spent a couple hours this morning trying to look at emotes and badges and stuff. So they are on the horizon. I just need to come up with a good set of them. I really don't. That's one of the things I've been trying to work on, Henry, is coming up with a theme. And I was trying to go off of my name, being Darius Frost, but Frost is a tough one because what do you got? Snow? Snowmen? Snowflakes? Well, that doesn't seem very, you know, great. So I was thinking like maybe angry snowmen or something. And I was looking at some of those different images. I'll say I've probably spent 10 hours over the past 4 or 5 days looking at different images and trying to come up with an idea for a theme. Mountains. I do like mountains. I'm also a big fan of cats. I've been trying to get my cat to behave long enough for me to get a good picture of him, because I do want to make his face an emote or a badge or something. But he has been very uncooperative. Polar bears. Ooh, nice. Yeah, moose. I could probably use a picture of the moose that was walking through my yard not long ago. Scared the snot out of me. Yeah, there are. I can put in custom emotes. I've got 5 slots right now. I think I can use. Plus a 6th and a 7th for tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers. Something like that. I did look at snowmen. The only problem with the abominable one from Frosty is he'd DMCA me pretty quick. Oh, that's right. That's the winery. Duh. Lobsters. I hate lobsters. I don't like seafood. I live in Maine and I don't like seafood. Yeah, that was the other hard part of it is I've come up with a lot of images and things that I think would be cool, but then when you try to make them fit the size requirements for Twitch, you can't see them. Because they've got to be so small. It's really tough. Yep. I'm a meanie. I'm a mainer. Cave monster from Star Wars. The Wampa, yep. No. It wasn't a Wampa, I don't think. I don't remember what that was, to be honest with you. It's been so long. Yep, you're even closer to the seafood, Fern Dog. You live right down on the coast. Or nearer to it than I do. I'm an inland Mainer. Heck, I haven't even been down to Old Orchard in probably 4 years. Actually, I bet you probably one of the last times I went down to Old Orchard Beach was I was on my motorcycle. And that was...
Yeah, baby!
12 years ago. Treat us like dogs and we will become wolves. I have not heard of that that novel. You wish you were an inlander? Yep. I'm closer to New Hampshire. Carolyn Shute. I have not heard of that one. I'll have to take a look at it. I know. I need to get that one and the other one you mentioned the other day. Cannot recall the title now for the life of me. And I'll have to send them to my wife and make her read them, because she reads all the time, and then she can give me the synopsis. Nah, I joke. I go through stints where I'll do a lot of reading. I'll do a lot of reading at times. And then other times, like, I'll go months and months without reading a thing. I hope I'm in the right tunnel. I always tend to grab the wrong tunnel going through here. It's actually really smart. Beans of Egypt. Yep. That's the one you said. I'll have to write those down. Send them to me in a whisper so I don't forget. I don't have any pen and paper handy. Maybe I'll pick them up and I'll put them on my Kindle. Sitting over beside me. What's reading is your philosophy? I tend to get into reading quite a bit, though. There's a lot of times I'll read a lot. Just different stuff. You don't hear it. Do I need to turn it up a little bit? I might need to tweak the volume a little bit on it. I've got it turned way down right now. Otherwise it gets really loud and overpowering. There. Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Well, Henry was saying he couldn't quite hear the pretzel.
Just kidding.
Welcome back, Fomans.
Yes, yes.
Did you finally get your stone?
No.
No?
Oh, what they're doing.
They're taking their sweet time, apparently.
Apparently.
Oh, packaging. I've got quite a bit of packaging now. Sweet. I should go clean out the recycling center while I'm up here. Yep, I'm gonna go clean out the recycling, bring it all upstairs, pick up the packaging. So I can go drop the packaging off. Oh, where do I need packaging next? I'll have to look. Get any good New Holland and case stuff there, Fummins? Thank you for following
No.
GamerBoy1079. I appreciate that. How are you doing this afternoon? There we go. Posted Kindle links in my whisper. Sweet, Henry. I'll take a look at those.
What's going on, Henry?
That's good to hear, Gamer Boy. U-Y. I really wish we could figure out how to get rid of that collision from the truck so that pallets didn't do that. That'd be so nice.
I don't know what collision it is.
Well, it's just part of the truck, you know, when you get this part of the framework on the truck, it blocks the pallet.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way of having the collision turned off, or a maybe not turned off per se, but like one of the collision settings.
I don't. I'd have to go through them and see.
You'd be happy with just being able to pick up pallets properly at C&M. I have not tried to pick any pallets up from C&M yet.
There's not much New Holland stuff out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go looking and see.
I mean, there's a T9 and
Yeah,
a T6 two-wheel drive, but that ain't gonna do you no good.
I've got the T9. I do have that one already.
The T6 two-wheel drive's sweet looking.
Yeah, it
But-
is, but it's not really big enough to do anything with.
Yeah, you're not gonna be doing field work with it.
Yeah. No, one of the things I need to get is the, oh, let's see, where should I send you? I'm just gonna leave you here for right now, because I don't know what I need for... There we go. Pallets at CMM need work on pallet disbursement. I haven't had to send anything out yet. If the truck is in range with the autoload trailer, it blocks C&M from spawning pallets. And even when you move the truck away, the digital display prevents a few from spawning. I wonder if Dave's aware of that yet. I haven't had to try and spawn any pallets out of here yet, because I've only recently brought meat up. Wow, apparently I ran out of all the cows and stuff I brought up here. They work quick, apparently. I wonder if it's the light poles more than the display, because the display doesn't look like it's really got a collision on it. Uh-oh. Okay, phew, for a second there it was lagging around really bad. I thought for sure I had a Lua error run off on me or something.
There's a couple harvesters out, CR9s.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I was thinking. I need to find a decent New Holland harvester. I need to get I need to get a case harvester.
I downloaded the one that that's like on Welkert's farm, but
Yeah,
good God,
issues.
oh man, stay away.
Yeah, probably. The sawmill takes coal and logs. It outputs resin, chips, and the boards. Iconic has a New Holland tractor pack. Yeah, I know he's got a John Deere pack that's strappable. I'm not as worried about the strappable. One thing I do want to find a decent T8 if there's anything out there.
There's a T9.
Well, I've got the T9 that has the 4 different frames, the road tracks and the smart tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
I've got that one already. And I've got one case quad track, but I'm gonna look and see if there's like the Magnum or something like that. Something in the 450 horse range. For a straight,
There's a nice,
you know,
nice
a
spreader.
straight one.
Hold on.
Can Henry or on the autoload trailer.
I'll be back. My stone.
Yep, I hear it. Beep, 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 beep. Y'all heard that, right? Beep, 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 beep. Okay, so I need to find out where I need to bring that packaging. I know I don't need it there. How much packaging did I have down? I don't need it there. Not American Electric. Oh, I'm probably gonna need some down. Parts, pipe, motors, steel, wire, plates. Nope. I could probably use some more at Copper by Design. Let's see, Copper by Design, I could probably use some more here. I need to bring more copper sheets up. So yeah, they could use a little bit more packaging there. And the other place I'll bring it right now is Dell. I know Dell's gonna need packaging. I believe. Dell does not use packaging, okay. Dell does not use packaging. What else uses packaging? I don't have Campbell's yet. I don't have the brewery production yet. Yep, I do have packaging at Steel already. Not a lot, but I've got some down there. So I've actually got a... Maybe what I'll do is I'll just split the packaging up for now between... Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just split it for now between Dell and Crystal, or not Dell and Crystal, Copper by Design and Crystal Steel. Call it good. I don't have the fish market yet.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
Not a problem. Did they bring you the
Yeah,
right
there's
stones?
a nice... Yeah, there is a nice sprayer. A Case Titan.
Case Titan sprayer? Nice. I'm gonna need a decent sprayer. And I know there's a Case Patriot, but I have not... I did have it in my game, but I haven't really messed with it. And I took it back out afterwards. I might actually still have it. Dolan Del Monte? It's a good possibility, but as I haven't loaded them up yet, I'm not too worried about it. Thank you for that follow, Cohen1499. I appreciate it. How are you doing this afternoon? Driving in circles. I have them placed, though. Actually, as a matter of fact, I even have Dole built.
A nice looking older case. Stinger.
Well, either save links or send them to me. Save me looking around for all those different things. Oh, ho, 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 hey, 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 hey.
Merry
Behave.
Christmas.
Behave. Don't go flying off with no edges on me. Stupid truck. Really? You're gonna be difficult? Jesus. I need that wheel. I just cause mayhem everywhere I go. There. I do need a crash counter, but I'm lazy and I haven't made one yet.
Or just have crashing.
Where's the fun in that, Fummin? You're supposed to be able to do 110 miles an hour on an on-ramp. Aren't you?
Yeah.
Now you see why auto drive was invented. Correct. You are 100% correct. It was invented for big maps and you don't want to drive everywhere. But yes, even auto drive does crash. You're correct. But that's up to the guy making the auto drive route not to make it crash. And, you know, the operator to make sure you turn it down so that the drivers don't go crazy. Cough, X-Man, cough. Yep, X-Man did I will say, he did a pretty darn good job. He put a lot of effort into making the auto drive routes for this. Because there's only one spot that I ever have an issue with auto drive with multiple trailers, and that's around Taco Bell by PMS. Or C&M Meat, rather. It's the only problem I ever have an issue. Then of course, you know, I've got issues where I made the routes myself, but that's besides the point. Not really, Henry. You'd have to have a save game that had them completed. Downloaded. Or, I know many people know how to do this already, so it's not like I'm giving away anything. You can cheat them in yourself if you want to.
No, really. Can you?
Probably.
Welcome back, Dave.
Have you guys seen what's going on right now?
No.
Just curious. The fact that the people have got all the way up to the doors of the courthouse, they overran the cops.
Is that where you've been?
I've been watching this, man. I'm telling you, history is being made right now, and you guys are talking. They are literally gonna bang down the doors of the courthouse in a few minutes to try to stop the. They're right there.
Gonna change though.
See, Pimp, he's alive. He's alive.
I'm telling you. All right, back to the regularly scheduled program.
What evil mind came up with no bridges? That was Dave making us work for it. Not evil.
You got to work.
You are watching a political party quit suicide on live TV. Well, yes, but which party would be committing the suicide? Yep, the minute that is pretty funny, Scurvy. The minute I mentioned cheating in the bridges, poof, there's Dave.
The sensors go off.
Yep. His ears must have started ringing or something. But TC and me, that'd be in Washington, D.C. right now. It's a keyboard trigger. Yeah, exactly, Pimp. That's why I said, like, which one would you consider being committing the suicide right now? It's either... that all depends on your perspective. all on your perspective.
I sent you a few to check out.
Nice, I appreciate that, Fumans.
I don't know if they're any good. I haven't tried them.
Yeah, I'll probably do some searching too, just to try and see. Because I know I'll need Case for down south, New Holland for over there. And
Yeah, I sent you both.
Ideally, try and find some plows and cultivators that can be. Well, I don't really need a cultivator because I've got that. I've got that one cultivator that you can change the colors and stuff on. I just wish you could change the disc blades on that Lemkin so that they're not bright blue all the time. Hard to argue that it is. Yeah. What is the green circle on you? Yeah, it is a bug. I don't know. It's been cropping up lately. It's with the precision farming. If you look, it keeps trying to tell me soil types, like I'm drilling for soil. And I'm not. So, yeah, I don't know what's been causing that. Alright, UB. Why, there we go. See, because like even right now it thinks I'm trying to drill for soil. And I'm not. I'm wondering if I've got to sell off that Ascaria and rebuy it or something. That explains it. Figured it out. Oh, that explains it. I figured it out now. If you don't turn this off, it stays zoomed in like you're sampling for soils, even when you're not. So clearly that's the issue.
God.
How hard do you think that would be, Fummins, to make it so that you could change the colors on those discs?
This is a modded one?
This Lemkin? Yeah, it's one that I downloaded.
Pretty hard. Because if somebody made the rest of it color selectable, there's a reason those aren't. I could try it.
I was just curious. I'm probably going to try and find one that is color selectable just to be able to... I mean, there's plenty of stuff that's red for Case, but... You know, it'd be kind of cool to do the New Holland blue. What does New Holland usually use for the wheels? Silver, right? Wow, that's a lot of blue. I guess it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, the Gigant is pretty nice. I don't remember where I found this one. But it's nice that with the color selectable, at least for the framework and stuff. Is New Holland typically white? I don't buy... Oh yeah, they are. I don't typically buy New Holland or Case to that matter. I usually end up with John Deere because I do. That reminds me, do I have crop protection? Oh yeah, I've got the Case Patriot. Valtra, yeah. Well, I think a lot of that is because they don't have, like somebody was saying the other day, the Deutz-Fahrs. They're really underutilized because they don't get into the bigger tractor sizes. It's kind of similar with like the Challengers and the New Hollands. Usually you end up with the bigger tractors to try and of course base game, the quad track being the biggest, everybody ends up usually going that direction. But I'm not a huge fan of the tracked ones simply because they turn too tight, and a lot of times the workers will have issues with some implements behind them.
You would have to change the picture of it.
What, on the Lemken
On
thing?
the disc. Yeah.
Ah.
Which isn't hard. It would just be set up for that tractor, you know?
Yeah.
So whatever color tractor you buy, you just change the disc to that color.
Wow. If Pence just left the Senate floor, huh? Was he in the middle of reading the votes, Pimp? That's crazy. Wow. That's a good question, Henry. That's a good question. DC. Wonder where Dave's watching that live.
Breitbart has it.
Climbing the Capitol and tear gas. Wow. Is that on Twitch there, Fummins?
No, on Facebook.
Oh. I don't go to Facebook.
Breitbart.
Oh.
It might be on Twitch too, I don't know.
Staff in the Senate press gallery. Staff just informed reporters sitting at their desks that if protesters stormed Capitol building, they would usher us all into the Senate chamber and lock the door. Wow. Typically not, Nico, but it's definitely something that needs to be not necessarily kept track of, but unfortunately for the future of this country, things are not looking the greatest. Either strife is going to tear us apart, or the political parties will. Who knows? So typically I don't bother with it, but Breitbart. There it is. Yeah, normally I wouldn't. Normally I would leave politics completely free and clear of everything, but this is one of those things that has a huge impact, so wow. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's a safe way to put it there, Henry. Normally, things that are very divisive, I would leave completely free of the channel and not. I have the direction I personally lean, but that's got no place being here. And it's nothing to do with anything other than just causes too much division, you know. I need goat food. Goat food. 18 pallets worth. That's 2. Check Breitbart News, Nico. I know right now Breitbart News on Facebook has a live stream going. How many pallets am I up to? 5. 6. 7.
I'm back.
8. Welcome back, Dave.
Intermission while they try to escape the Supreme Court before the people bust down the door, which is right where they are. They had to call the House is now in recess. I think they're in fear for their lives.
Yeah, Pimp was just saying that I guess Pence left the courtroom.
They better have a secret escape tunnel, because there's no way they're getting out if they don't. Yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty serious. But I can't believe you guys are not actually interested in the beginning of this Revolutionary War we're to undertake.
I've got Breitbart up on my, I had Breitbart from Facebook up on my other computer here, and it's now said, please stand by, the stream will resume shortly.
You're only interested in the end of the war. Well, it's coming.
Unfortunately, it could be a very bad beginning to things.
Yep, it could be. That's what I'm saying.
Where are you or what stream are you watching?
Well, yours? No,
Well,
I'm
no,
watching.
I mean, like,
I was watching on. I think it was. It's the House is in recess, but if you want to see what's going on with the other 22,900 people on Woke, on Twitch, there's 22,000 people watching it now.
Wow, that's crazy.
Watching them storm down the doors of the Supreme Court.
Why, there we go. I have goat food for the goats. They needed food. Number of people shot today. We're not gonna go there, pimp.
Oh, house is back in order.
That was quick. Somewhere I have a truck of water. This one will work, I guess. Yeah, Wayne. I hear you. That's just it. It might be American politics going on, but given that America has their fingers in everybody else, with everything going on, it could have very far-reaching ramifications, unfortunately. Exactly, Potsy. Three cousins are in the U.S. Army? Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it ever even got anywhere near this, because politicians are being politicians.
Yep.
You hope you can still reach your destination in ATS. Ouch, that sounds painful, taking an arrow through the knee there, Henry. But I know that we'll get through it. The question is, what will happen to the country in the meantime? Is this going to be a quick, everybody comes to their senses, or is this going to be a long, drawn-out thing? That's what it's really going to end up coming down to. Yeah, unfortunately, unless a lot of things change, there's not going to be a whole lot of planet left in the end. I want Elon, let's get out of here. Mars it is. Thing that keeps popping into my head is that movie WALL-E. Yep. Where's this at? Maxed out on drywall again. I need to make another run of gravel.
Wow, did you hear that?
No, I don't have any sound playing. Why?
They just put sound on inside the House Supreme Court telling the people to stay calm and get under their chairs. Inside the Supreme Court.
Ruh-roh.
Exactly.
Alright, Vortex. Yeah, I'm probably only going to go for another half hour or so, and then I'm going to take a break myself. I have been sitting in this chair for a while.
It's not a scripted play. It is highly a scripted play. I don't know what you're talking about there. It is a revolution. It's about taking America back before it becomes a communist nation. It's on every news right now, wherever you look. But they are definitely in fear and locked into the Supreme Court because they're about to bust the doors.
That trailer's full. Whoa. Filling up my trailers. Make some money so I can buy all that new stuff I need. Oh, this is what I get for skipping lunch. Hope it's an early supper. Looks like I'm gonna have to make supper early.
Yeah, I just had lunch. I heated up some chicken.
I might go have some leftover ziti with Hamburg from last night.
Sausage gumbo. That's what I just had.
Yep.
I gotta get back to working soon. Now that my stone's here.
Alright there, Fummins.
I'm not going right yet.
Yeah.
I gotta dig out my filter fabric.
Yeah. How deep you going with the French drains?
I went, like 16 inches down.
Just
So,
along,
2
just
inches.
along the walls.
Yeah. 2 inches of stone. So put the drains at like 14 inches.
Do you have a decent perimeter drain around the house?
Yeah, on the two sides, but not the front. I can't get to it
You get a porch
because
or
there's
something
like
away?
there's a porch that, like, you know how they converted into part of the house.
Yeah.
So that's like 12 feet,
Is
and that's where I'm getting the water from. Is that front area?
Yeah. Underneath the porch or outside the edge of the porch? Type area.
No, inside the basement.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just curious if there isn't some way you could help drain water away from outside.
Everything's pretty much pitched away. The problem is the water table's pretty high here to begin with.
Yeah.
So when we get
Yeah,
snow
if the
and
water
rain,
if the water table's up, it then does tend to have that effect, doesn't it?
and there used to be that 1-inch gap all the way around the outside, but they filled it in with dirt, and then they put like a thin layer, like a skim coat on top of it. And I didn't realize that until, I started saw cutting the floor up.
Yeah, so basically you used to have basically a French drain anyway, and they
Well,
got rid of it.
No stone though. It was just, a trough
just-
more or less.
Yeah, to get so the water didn't get to the rest of the floor.
Yeah.
Well, I would definitely put your French drain in, and then put some nice waterproofing material on the wall and stud over the top of it.
Well, yeah, I what's that stuff called? Dry lock. Dry locked extremed everything,
Yeah.
which helped quite a bit.
Anybody having an issue with the bogs refilling themselves even though there's no precipitation ongoing on the map? I don't
They
know,
will
Tim.
refill once because they have 200,000. You take out 100,000, another 100,000 will filter in, and that's when the plane goes back down. So
That would make sense.
you got to remember to take two. They can hold up to 200, but there's an input and output just like every lake. So there's 100 on the in and then 100 on the out. You got to take 200,000 out.
That
You're
makes
welcome.
sense. That makes sense. Which one am I going to? I think it's Washington right now. With the gravel. Yep, Washington. Underlay. I gotta get a couple loads of barrier out of my concrete plant. Then I guess bring down some more sand and gravel for the concrete plant. Oh, Jesus. I got that expanded concrete production going, and it's definitely using up the old concrete now. How big are your monitors, Dave?
All of them are 24s.
All of them are 24s.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't have room for 27s, but I would like one nice 49 to take place of 3. Someday, maybe. The doors are down. They're going in.
Yeah, I've of course spent quite a bit of time the last few days looking at monitors. Hopefully the chair I ordered is a decent chair, but we'll see. It doesn't sound like it because it doesn't seem to meet its description. Or the picture of it, the description and the picture don't match. So I could be in for a world of mess there? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. It was a somewhat cheap chair, so it's won't be bad, I guess, if it's garbage. Well, apparently my barrier's full. Oops. Guess I'll take some of that out. Oh, let's go see. What was Ken's needing so I can send some more stuff over to Ken's? Does Ken's need barrier, I hope? It needs... It does need barrier, so I'll grab 2 barrier. 2 barrier, 2 nails. And... I'll grab 2 drywall, I guess. 2 barrier, 2 nails, and 2 drywall. No, I just want the construction storage. Two barrier. 2 nails. Oh, of course you're gonna, you stupid. Stupid barrier. Go away. I don't want you on my trailer right now. Hiya. You stupid. Grr. Dang it. Why does barrier have to trigger on the cargo pallet thing? No, I don't want to fly. This is kicking my butt. Kicking my butt. Dog, you stop your barking right now, or you're gonna be in a hole. It is my son, dog. You know my son. Stop barking at him, or I will get upset with you, dog. Maybe now it'll pick up the pallets and not all of the stupid barriers. Hey, hey, successful far. There we go. So that's barrier, nail, and what was the other one I was going to grab? 2 pallets of... What was I going to grab 2 pallets of? I already forgot. Doing good. Drywall. That's what I was gonna grab. Drywall.
Which is the big pallets of drywall.
2 pallets of drywall. Get over there. Nice, quiet, relaxing music. Oh, now that I know what the name of the song is, I'm gonna skip you. Alright, send you over to Ken's. Ken's, where's Ken's? Oh yeah, down here. Go. Confirming other reports to clear out and secure the capital fire. Lovely. There it is. Make some money. Start getting rid of you. And you. Really? Drove right through it. Nobody told Pimp nothing. Poor Pimp. Nobody tells you nothing.
Nobody likes a pimp in the box.
That's why they put him in the box. That's what, 2.3, 3.9, 6 point, roughly $6 million to get all those fields. There we go. I need $6 million roughly to get all of those. Oh, excuse me, fields. Better to surprise people when you were in a box. Seriously? A box? I tell you, some of the terms that they decide that they're not going to allow.
Oh, you can't say box.
No, no, no. Box is fine, but a box is not okay.
I wonder where I'm gonna start banning him, her, father, daughter, mother.
Yep. Don't give Twitch any ideas. It's already no longer okay to say amen. Not BGA. Gravel pit. Gravel pit. Gravel pit. Speaking of BGA though, I should probably go dump some more into the BGA. Where's the BGA? Over here.
Alright, well, going in for round 2.
Have fun there, Mr. Fummins.
Yeah, have a great time.
I'll be back. I got my cousin coming to hump buckets.
Oh, hump it. Wow, yeah, that's no fun. Do you even have like a basement window or something you could shoot it in through?
No, I got a full, you can walk right into the basement. So, I'm going to use the tractor, scoop up the stone that's in the driveway. It's like, you could walk into it, but you got to go down like 4 steps, and then there's like a 90-degree turn, and it's 4 feet, and then another 90-degree turn into the basement. So
Oh, that's no fun.
I'm gonna scoop it up with the tractor, and then like I can hang the bucket over and then just shovel it off into the spackle buckets, and then
Yeah.
it's only carrying them like 15 feet. But I got
That's
a
not too
nice
bad, at
young
least.
21-year-old that will help carry them.
There you go. Put the labor to use while you can, right?
It'd be a lot easier than shoveling. That stunk.
Yeah, I've been there.
I
Definitely
bought
no
a
fun.
clay spade for my hammer drill. If I didn't have that, man, it'd have been all digging bar. It's like concrete. All that dirt from sitting there for
Yeah.
40 years in a house sitting on top of it.
Yep.
I posted pictures in open discussion. Did you see them?
When did you post them?
Today.
Today? I haven't looked at not in a while now. I haven't looked at open discussion since this morning, so.
Yeah, you have to look at it later. So, all right, I'll be back.
Yep.
Talk to you guys soon.
Alrighty.
Ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Yep. You can't have a single box, you can only have multiple boxes. Yeah, some of the terms they decide to add to that, I don't get it. I don't get it, me. Hey look, it's a doll factory. What do I need to bring to the doll factory? Lettuce, cauliflower, cabbage, apples, strawberries, raspberries, carrots, cranberries. White carrots? We don't have white carrots. We have orange carrots. Coal. Packaging and pallets. I don't know, Wolfie. White carrots. Silly goose. Send a complaint to Dave.
Dave's not home.
White carrots, Dave?
White carrots. Well, it's an old picture.
Alright, Wayne. There's an AVO. There's a Dole. Do I have Del Monte down here somewhere? No, I haven't placed Del Monte yet. Need to find a place for Del Monte.
Look, you get to see the secret passageways and the underground tunnels in the White House. Because that's where they're evacuating people to.
Yep. I'm building a Wolfies. This one takes forever to build, Dave.
Right?
I think I'm on my third day of it building. Or fourth day of it.
On Wolfies?
Yeah.
It's because I haven't built it yet, but when I do this week's update, the beer factory, which takes over 4 days, will be fed up quite a bit.
Oh, Sam
I'll look at
Adams.
Wolfies before I do that one too. Yeah.
It's a good possibility. I know they've been in here for a while. Like same with Crystal Steel when it
Yeah,
finally got around to it.
I'm making adjustments as I find them out.
Yep. How's it going, Juan Smith? Quick hide behind Trump. Yep.
Gonna go wild. All right, pimp. We'll catch you later. Thanks for everything.
Alright, take it easy, pimp. Yep, that's it. We're all moving to PV County, Dave. Get this thing done. We'll digitize ourselves and send us all to PV County.
Right. It's amazing to see that they overran the White House, though. That is something you really wouldn't have thought would have been possible.
Well, I'll tell you what, Potsy. I know there's plenty of us that know how to actually build things. We'll figure it out.
We can build houses. We'll make them buildable.
Gonna need tools. We'll figure it out. Oh, well, Dave, you don't get your farmhouse. Pimp already called it.
It's all right. I'll take Fort Knox. I'm gonna.
He's switching
Just in
out.
case.
He's switching out the TV though. He says he's got a broken TV.
It's all right. Fort Knox has more rooms. I can redecorate.
That's right, Henry. Shipping containers make great tiny houses. Heck, tiny houses. I've seen somebody take 4 shipping containers. They stacked two one direction side by side, and then they stuck 2 others kind of cantilevered over them side by side. And gorgeous house. Gorgeous house. I don't remember what show I was watching that I saw that I saw the guy do it, but he was an architect, and it was really, really cool the way he did it, because you could walk out on each side of the top floor onto the shipping containers below, and then he clad them all with siding, so you didn't even really see they were shipping containers. It was really cool.
Well, if you've ever watched Storage Wars, you could see some of the containers they opened up were makeshift houses.
Well, Potsy's a farmer, so we're good. Let's just start digitizing ourselves.
There you go.
What was that Amazon show that they just came out with, where the guys get out of dying by digitizing themselves? A garage. This does not like you, pimp, at all. I swear, Twitch is out to get you on my stream. I've had to like allow everything you've said in the last like 5 minutes. Now a garage is not allowed to be said on Twitch. What the heck setting do I have this thing on that is that sensitive?
Be back in a few minutes. Recess, bathroom break.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Alrighty. Correct. Pimpin' 8 that's correct. On both accounts. Got a question. Do you watch Viva La Dirt League at all, Henry? On YouTube or whatever? They did a skit where a Karen comes in the store, and it was hilarious. Viva la Dirt League. They're New Zealanders. They do all kinds of different videos, and they're pretty hilarious. I say three of them because it's three primary people that do it, but they've got a whole bunch of people make some hilarious videos. The Epic NPC Mans are great videos too. Pretty fun to watch, I will say that. Alright, wow. That hour went by wicked quick. I am going to finish loading this truck up real quick, and then we're going to go see if there's somebody we can go raid while I take a quick break. Surprised Boomhauer hasn't shown up today. Must be sleeping in.
B.
Yeah, it's taken a while to clear this gravel. There's a lot of gravel here. Welcome back, Dave. Gonna plant the song in my head. Uh-oh, Henry. You probably will. I do tend to get like that. People say something and it sticks in my head for a while. Yep, instantly. I can't help but sing that one. It's the end of the world as we know it. Did that other truck not reach me? Uh-oh, my manure truck got stuck somewhere. Where did it get stuck? Where did it get stuck? I swear. Really? Can't send you anywhere. Sounds property. How do you build on one of those land trains? Hook them together like that, you mean? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Henry. This trailer is the... I want to say I got it off the in-game mod hub. I'm almost positive it is on the in-game mod hub. It's the Randon bulk line and the bulk carrier. If you use this one here that doesn't have the dolly built in, you can get the trailer hitch attacher for it, and then you just start attaching them together with dollies. Alright, yep, it is on there. So yeah. Not a problem, Henry. And on that note, let's see who else is playing Farming Simulator. Let's go see if we can't find someone playing Farm Sim.
Buy tacos is.
Buy Tacos is? Let's see, is there anybody English playing right now that we might know? There's me. Yeah, there's not really many people playing Farm Sim right now, are there? Wow, they've climbed up even higher since Dave mentioned it. Let's see, is there anybody playing on PV County right now?
Woke has 46,000 viewers.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of people other than Buy Tacos. And as much as I'd love to send people over there, nobody can understand him, unfortunately. I also don't know of anyone playing that's really doing the whole career on. So I'd like to find somebody that's PG too, but I don't know anybody else really playing Farm Sim right now. Anyone have any suggestions? Can you send me a link for the trailers? Those trailers I'm using are on the in-game mod hub, the Randons. Alls I did was edit the capacity of them. AS Farming TV. AS Farming TV. They're playing on Bessie Beneath. Sounds good. Let's go give them a raid. Let's go give them a raid. A raid channel. Alright. Let's give them a raid. I already hit the button. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for the bits and the subscriptions and hanging out. And I'll send you a link to him, Sense Fan, if I can. If not, I will try to send you a message with him. All right.
We'll see you real soon.
And we'll see you guys later. Alright, go here.